Dear guests, I'm kindly asking each of you to stand up for the national anthem of the Republic of Azerbaijan. Thank you very much. Good morning, distinguished guests, honorable ambassadors, representatives of the international institutions and organizations. Welcome to the second day of the third international conference on mine action, mitigating environmental impact of landmines, resource mobilization for safe and green future. We had a very productive yesterday, full of discussions, experience exchange, observation, messages. You got to experience by yourself the work that has been done on liberated areas, even got a chance to go around the Agali village, meet some local residents. I bet you left a very good impression on them. In case if there are people who just joined us today, welcome. I'm your moderator for today, Eldar Rasulov. If you have any request or a question, don't hesitate to approach me. I will try to delegate it to the officials team. So regarding today, we are about to have 3 panel discussions, followed by the statement of the conference, several video reports, video calling to you. But before that, I would like you to pay attention to the monitors, because we're about to show you a video report from an amazing opening ceremony, opening day of our international conference. So please, attention to the monitors.
Good job.
Outstanding day, outstanding people, outstanding performances, life story, full of discussions, and I'm sure today is going to be even more productive. As you might have observed from yesterday's trip, and as I have mentioned before, the top leadership of Azerbaijan has paid special attention to the landmine problem, considering the mining of the liberated lands as a priority. All of the reconstruction works that you were able to observe yesterday became possible due to intense demining activities and, of course, ongoing support from the government. Raising international awareness about Azerbaijan's mine problem is part of the portfolios of the person I'm about to introduce to you. He's here today as he is one of the most experienced, seasoned diplomats of Azerbaijan. He is also substantively involved in the peace and normalization process, being a part of Azerbaijan delegation to the talks on peace agreement with Armenia. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our first speaker, the representative of the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan on special assignments, administration of the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, His Excellency, Ambassador Elchin Emirbeyov. We are honored to have your opening remarks.
Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, distinguished guests, let me welcome you all to the second day of this year's International Conference on Mine Action, and I thank you all for your participation. As the motto of this year's conference implies, we are gathered here not only to discuss the pressing issues of landmines and their impact on the environment, but also to reaffirm our collective commitment to create a safer and a greener world for all. But at the center of this goal has always been a human being whose basic right is to live in a safe and secure environment. As we have just seen from the video and as you observed yesterday during the field trip to Zəngilan and deliberations which were held there, they made it clear why mine action in a post-conflict environment matters so much. You saw large-scale reconstruction effort underway and witnessed yourselves how the vital infrastructure is being created, transportation infrastructure, residential areas, and this is done from scratch on the lands which were scorched by war. But most importantly, I think the highlight of your visit yesterday was the chance to meet some of the people who already returned to their newly built house and started new lives. It is for these internally displaced persons that we are heavily engaged in mine clearance work in Azerbaijan to enable, at the end of the day, the return of almost 800,000 of internally displaced persons to their homes. 21,000 of them will be able to do so by the end of this year. More than 100 residential settlements, including 9 cities, are planned to be built anew or restored in the coming years. More than $7 billion have already been invested by the government of Azerbaijan for reconstruction and rehabilitation activities since 2021. All this would hardly be possible had we not ended the war with neighboring Armenia and started to talk peace. The good news is that today we're more than ever before close to finalizing a peace deal. The key obstacle to peace, the presence of foreign occupation troops on our territory, has been removed. We fully restored our territorial integrity and sovereignty, and today we have already started to make steady progress on the delimitation of our state border with Armenia. We hope that very soon the remaining issues on the road to final peace will also be taken care of, and peace between our nations will become irreversible and sustainable. Azerbaijan is committed to do its part of the job, and hopefully this will also be the case with Armenia. The bad news is that all this huge reconstruction and rehabilitation effort, as well as our plans to bring hundreds of thousands of IDPs back to their homes, are seriously hampered by enormous mine challenge that our country is facing. Azerbaijan is sadly among the top 5 most heavily mine-contaminated countries in the world, with 1.5 million landmines scattered along 12% of national territory. Landmines, they pose a severe human security risk even after the war. Unfortunately, after the ceasefire was reached in November 2020, Armenia has created new mine zones of a total length of 500 kilometers. Only in the course of these last 3.5 years, as you may have heard, 361 Azerbaijanis, among them children and women, have become mine victims as a result of more than 200 incidents. Sadly, these figures are on the rise every week, and continuous refusal by Armenia to provide us with accurate information on locations with planted mines is exacerbating this challenge. As President of Azerbaijan, Mr. Ilham Aliyev, noted in his address to the conference, beyond purely human security and humanitarian risk, landmines seriously hamper the socio-economic development and the achievement of SDGs. Causing land erosion and loss of fertility, mines lead to soil degradation. Mine action was long confined to meeting the basic security needs of people. In the wake of the adoption of Universal Development Goals, focus started to move towards mine action as an enabler of post-conflict reconstruction and rehabilitation, socio-economic development, and improving people's lives. By introducing last year at the national level the 18th SDG on humanitarian demining, Azerbaijan actively works to raise global awareness on the landmine problem and to facilitate international support for the countries that are most affected by this deadly scourge. And this conference is part of this effort. Ladies and gentlemen, as almost in this life, mine action has a cost, and it's not a cheap business. Today, it is the government of Azerbaijan that covers more than 95% of resources needed for demining in the country. As you probably have seen from the infographics, which is now before you, the scope of the mine problem is so huge that it is estimated to take decades to complete the process. We are proud to have today a professional and efficient National Mine Action Agency, ANAMA, which is today better equipped and staffed than some years ago and is doing a great job. We're also proud to have the first group of female deminers who recently joined our common effort. But unfortunately, current level of foreign assistance in mine action is highly insufficient, constituting less than 5% of the totally allocated amount. We hope that this conference will contribute to increased participation of our international partners in sharing the burden of the mine challenge in Azerbaijan. And using this opportunity, I would like to thank each and every country and organization that donated resources in order to help us cope with this challenge. Ladies and gentlemen, as a precursor for COP29, our conference focuses on impact of landmines to environment. Over the course of this conference, in various panels, we will engage in discussions on a wide array of topics related, among others, to the environmental impact of the use of landmines. We will also review lessons learned in building national capacities for sustainable environmental rehabilitation and look at the latest technological innovations in mine action. Participants also will have a chance to explore the interlink between mine action and climate resilience, as well as effective mobilization of resources and global solidarity for mine action, including international collaboration on so-called green mine action. We are privileged today to have here among us distinguished representatives from international organizations, renowned policymakers, and high-level experts from abroad. Your presence here signifies a shared commitment to this cause and an acknowledgement of the urgency with which we must act. I take this opportunity to thank each one of you for joining us today. And last but not least, I would like to recognize with gratitude the United Nations' long-lasting and fruitful cooperation with Azerbaijan on the issue of demining, and in particular the UNDP's coordinating role in facilitating foreign aid for mine action in Azerbaijan, as well as the support to building capacity of our mine action agency, ANAMA, since 1998. We welcome in this context the signature yesterday by ANAMA and UNDP of the letter of intent on the establishment of International Center of Excellence and Training for Mine Action in Azerbaijan that may become a hub for training and capacity building, certification, and knowledge transfer at national, regional, and international levels. To conclude, allow me to thank all our international partners and friends, and I would rather not call names not to miss anyone, who have supported or intend to support us in this noble task of clearing mines to save innocent human lives, to enable those uprooted by conflict to go back to their homes, but also to move jointly towards a safer and greener world. I wish you all productive and inspiring deliberations, and I thank you for your attention.
Your Excellency, please accept our gratitude for your remarks and thanks for dedicating your time for us. Moving on, we are about to launch the panel discussion very soon, but before that, there are several videos that we want to show you. One of them will be dedicated to illustration of the mine action, reconstruction, and rehabilitation efforts undertaken in Karabakh. And another one that I will ask my colleagues to put on the monitor right now is a very important video message to the participants of the Third International Conference on Mine Action, Mitigating Environmental Impact of Landmines, Resource Mobilization for Safe and Green Future, from Mr. Alexander Zuev, Assistant Secretary General for Rule of Law and Security Institutions, Department of Peace Operations.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants, we thank you for the invitation and congratulate you for convening this important meeting. I had the chance to participate in last year's conference in Baku on the important topic of the linkages between mine action and the path to reaching sustainable development goals. This year, unfortunately, I am not unable to participate in person, but allow me to address you on behalf of the United Nations Secretary General. Climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss, what we know as a triple planetary crisis, threaten the environment and impact prosperity, equity, and human health, just like landmines. Landmines negatively impact the natural environment, creating a strong environmental imperative to clear explosive ordnance and ensure clearance operations have an environmental lens. And while landmines impact the environment, it is important to highlight that climate change is also impacting contaminated areas and creating new threats for the local population. These issues are intertwined. For example, immense floodings in Bosnia and Herzegovina resulted in the displacement of anti-personnel mines. In Somalia, recurring droughts caused communities to move to areas contaminated with explosive ordnance. Supporting an affected country's ability to manage its own mine action program and raise appropriate and reliable funding, including for mitigating environmental impact of landmines, is crucial to a sustainable response. Environmental considerations can be reflected in national work plans, strategies, and standards. In fact, updates to the current International Mine Action Standard 7.13 on environmental management will be published in 2024, along with a technical note. Excellencies, dear colleagues, the UN will continue to advocate for and support the integration of climate and environmental considerations in mine action as an integral part of accelerating implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. I applaud the government of Azerbaijan for initiating efforts to include mine clearance as the 18th Sustainable Development Goal. And I extend my congratulations on hosting the upcoming COP29, demonstrating these countries' strong commitment to this work. I would like to thank the government of Azerbaijan and in particular the Mine Action Agency of the Republic of Azerbaijan, ANAMA, for the national ownership of the Mine Action Agenda. ANAMA's readiness to share its expertise with other mine-affected countries is most welcome, including during the recent international meeting of Mine Action National Directors and United Nations advisors in Geneva. I would also like to express my appreciation for the support to the mine action sector by my UN Azerbaijan colleagues, under the overall leadership of the resident coordinator in Azerbaijan, Ms. Vladanka Andreeva, and implemented by UNDP, UNICEF, and UNHCR. This meeting is building awareness on the close links between landmines and environmental issues, and it highlights how the clearance of landmines is not only illegal and a humanitarian imperative, but also a critical step towards restoring our planet. Your insights and engagement over these days will be critical. Let us use this meeting as a catalyst for greater collaboration and greater tenacity to build a greener world where we can all live safely without the fear of explosive ordnance. I thank you for your attention and wish you a successful meeting.
And now, as promised, a video presentation including but not limited to illustrating the mine action, reconstruction, and rehabilitation efforts undertaken in Karabakh. we've approached the important part of our... Thank you very much. We've approached the important part of our conferences. We are slowly proceeding to the first panel discussion of the day, but before that, there are some information that I want to share with you. On your badges, with a QR code, you can see the agenda of the session, and as well, another important point to mention, the quality assessment for us is really important this time, because this kind of conferences is a tradition for ANAMA already. As I mentioned yesterday, every time there are familiar faces, and we want to make this experience as smooth for all of us as possible. So please, at the end of the day, we will kindly ask the participants to fill up this feedback form that is in the QR code. You can access that in the QR code on your badges. And without further ado, I want to proceed to our first panel discussion, dedicating to building national capacities for sustainable environmental rehabilitation. That will be moderated by Mr. Steiner Essen, Global Mine Action and Development Advisor, United Nations Development Program. Mr. Essen, with a round of applause, please welcome him to the stage. And while doing so, introducing the dear panelists, Director of Affairs Analyst, Agora Diplomatico, Mr. David Martinez, Ambassador, Head of Delegation of the European Union to the Republic of Azerbaijan, Mr. Peter Michalko, Director at the Center for International Stabilization and Recovery at James Madison University, Ms. Susan Federline, Head of Weapon Contamination Unit, Department of Protection and Essential Services at the International Committee of the Red Cross, Mr. Erik Tollefsen, and Senior Researcher in Mine Action at the Mine Action Review, Ms. Alexandra Frost. Mr. Essen, good luck on the panel. Here's the clicker for the presentation. So if you be so kind to pass it when they need them, okay?
Your Excellencies, Mine Action friends, dear colleagues, welcome to this second day and first panel session. It's my honor and pleasure to be the moderator of this panel discussion, but let me start by congratulating the government of Azerbaijan, ANAMA, and my UNDP colleagues in Azerbaijan for hosting yet another important and successful Mine Action Conference. It's always a pleasure to come back to Azerbaijan. It's always a pleasure to go in the field and see the massive transformation that occurs in the field and witness firsthand the impressive work of the deminers, day by day, undertaking their work. And like yesterday, in a baking sun, a very challenging task indeed. Seeing the vast fertile land slowly being taken into productive use demonstrate that mine action is not only about returning land back to communities safely, it's also about our obligations to return the land back in a condition that ensures that the land can be used as intended. Building national capacities for sustainable environmental rehabilitation is therefore paramount, and it requires a team effort. The mine action community is one important stakeholder in this process, but we need the commitment and support of donors, international organizations, and academia alike. And to help us address this challenge this morning, to build sustainable national capacities, I'm glad to have a very diverse panel on the podium who will approach this challenge from various angles. So without further ado, let me introduce the first speaker, Mr. David Martinez. He's the head of the International Affairs Analysis Department of the think tank Agora Diplomatica. And I must admit, David, that I have never heard about Agora Diplomatica, But when it comes to environmental consideration, I think it's critical that we in the Mine Action Center reach outside our sector and engage with other experts. So without further ado, I will ask you to give your presentation from landmines to livelihoods, strengthening national capacities through international law and human rights. David, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Essen. Well, we try to keep our services quite exclusive to embassies and national governments. Good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and fellow participants. First of all, I would like to extend my gratitude to the Action Agency for the Republic of Azerbaijan and the United Nations Development Program for organizing such a successful national conference on mine action. It is an honor to be here with such a distinguished assembly of experts, stakeholders, and policymakers from around the world. I'm deeply grateful for this opportunity to engage in such a crucial discussion. I would also like to thank our host for their warm hospitality and for providing us with this platform to engage in meaningful dialogue and share collective expertise. Lastly, on formalities, I'd like to commend the efforts of ANAMA on their and all of its partners in their demining and development efforts, which we saw yesterday and left at least me, myself, with a strong sense of hope for these communities. Today, I want to speak to you not just about the legal framework and treaties, since I don't want this to become a public international law class, but about the human stories and the collective spirits that drive our efforts in environmental rehabilitations. When we talk about landmines, we are not merely discussing remnants of war. We are talking about a silent threat that lingers long after the conflict has ended. Threats that continue to claim lives and devastate landscapes that should be thriving with life. Imagine a farmer unable to access his land, a child unable to play freely and safely, a community cut off from its water source, all because of landmines. These are not just hypothetical scenarios. These are the harsh realities faced by many throughout the globe. This mission to rehabilitate these environments is not just a legal obligation, it is a moral imperative. It is about restoring the dignity and safety of those who live in mine-affected areas. International treaties like the Environmental Modification Convention, the Convention on Cluster Munition, the Mine Ban, and many others provide the legal backbone for this work. The NMOD, for instance, prohibits the military and hostile use of environmental modification techniques that have widespread, long-lasting, or severe effects. However, subject to interpretation, this treaty also implicitly prohibits actions that would further harm these vulnerable areas, thus supporting the rehabilitation of environment affected by landmines. The Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons, or CCW, explicitly expresses the obligation to remove most minefield and mine areas in civilian designated zones. The Convention on Cluster Munition and the Mine Ban Treaty go even further by explicitly requiring state parties to clear contaminated area in its totality and assist affected communities. Through these frameworks, we are reminded that our efforts must be comprehensive, addressing both current clearance needs and long-term environmental restoration. But beyond these legal sources, these treaties embody our collective commitment to a world where no one has to live in fear of stepping on a landmine. In addition to these treaties, the integration of human rights law into environmental rehabilitation efforts is crucial. The rights to life, liberty, and security are recognized in various international human rights instruments, including the UDHR, but definitely not limited to that. However, other basic human rights are not protected within communities in mine-affected areas. These include, but are not limited to, the right to an adequate standard of living, access to water and sanitation, access to healthcare and education, and right to self-determination. Without environmental rehabilitation, these and more human rights will remain unprotected, and communities will bear this heavy burden long after clearance operations have ceased. Customary law and emerging norms also play a significant role in shaping state practices and expectations. Principles such as the prohibition of widespread long-term and severe damage to the natural environment or the right to a healthy environment are becoming increasingly recognized, both in society and in national and international courts, as we have seen recently in the European Court of Human Rights. These emerging norms reflect a growing consensus that environmental rehabilitation is not merely an option, but a legal necessity in the aftermath of conflict. International organizations like UNDP, UNMAS, GICHD, the Halo Trust, and others play pivotal roles in this journey. By providing technical expertise, funding, and capacity building programs, they empower nations to not only comply with the legal obligations, to also reclaim their land and their future. Their work exemplifies the spirit of international cooperation and solidarity that is so crucial to the success of environmental rehabilitation in post-conflict contexts. In conclusion, our work is guided by the legal framework and international agreements, but it is driven by the stories of those affected and our shared vision of a better world. By building national capacities and fostering international cooperation, we can transform mine-affected areas into safe, thriving communities. Together, let us pave the way for a safer, greener future for all. Thank you.
Thank you, David, for your informative presentation and for outlining the legal framework that will guide our work. History has proven that we need engaged and committed donors when we want to address new and emerging challenges in the mine action sector. So also when we want to address environmental challenges. In Azerbaijan, the EU is by far the biggest international mine action donor, and Ambassador Peter Mikhalko has proven to be a strong and vital supporter for the mine action sector in Azerbaijan. We are therefore honored and glad to have you on this panel, and I look forward to hear more about EU's perspective on building national capacities for sustainable environmental rehabilitation. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Steinar. Dear representatives of the government of Azerbaijan, institutions of the country, dear ambassadors and representatives of the partner countries of the Republic of Azerbaijan, of international organizations, dear representatives of the international and Azerbaijani civil society, of the media, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, for me it is a great honor and pleasure to participate also today at the conference on such a priority issue for the Republic of Azerbaijan, and this is mine action. We are talking today also about broader perspective, that is environment. Environment as a total sum of factors that are influencing life. And this is about how future should take place in a safe manner for people in Azerbaijan. The European Union has been a strong partner for Azerbaijan for a long time. We have been advancing our cooperation in many areas. The environment has been part of our cooperation for a long time. We work in areas that have impact on lives of people. We work on issues like climate change, the European Union being biggest international provider of climate change financing, but also a global leader in climate change action. There is a priority that is also part of our cooperation with the Republic of Azerbaijan, the Green Agenda. The Green Agenda as the first flagship of our economic and investment plan between the European Union and Azerbaijan, but also first priority of the European Commission. As we today speak about the mine action, we all know how disastrous effect landmines have on environment and on lives of people. Impact of war that is taking people's lives is also in Azerbaijan a very tragic experience for people. In case of landmines, this danger is even more acute because they represent danger also long time after conflicts. They indiscriminately kill men, women, and children, leaving consequences for entire life, for entire families. We are reminded about these dangers of war and remnants of war when we look also in the world on conflicts, including the war of aggression, Russia against Ukraine. But we also are reminded by these consequences, tragic consequences, when we visit places like we saw yesterday in our visit in Karabakh, and when we visit places that have gone through the tragic experience of conflict. And we see how the huge need is present for reconstruction, and reconstruction has to start with demining as the first effort. Therefore, I want to express very high appreciation to the government and institutions of Republic of Azerbaijan for their effort for demining, for mine action, preparing conditions for reconstruction for the future for people that will return to these territories. Also, I want to express appreciation and gratitude to all partners that are providing support to Azerbaijan, international organizations and countries that support Azerbaijan in this effort. The European Union knows about these risks and dangers. We are with Azerbaijan from the beginning, in the first years after independence of the country. The European Union has provided support to Azerbaijan, including urgent needs of IDPs with projects in food security and housing, dedicating over 380 million euros at that time in the first 12 years to the needs of population that were caused by the war. We were in contact with ANAMA from the beginning of its existence. Building national capacities, meaning to give the country the best instruments for mine action, has a number of elements. Among them is prioritization, and here the priority for the government, priority for the society, but also priority in terms of dedication of women and men of ANAMA in conducting their work, and with very high commitment is very clear. Then it is also about mobilization of the potential of the society, entire society, to achieve this priority. Also, another element is international partnerships. Mine action in Azerbaijan is one of the top priorities in the cooperation between the European Union and Azerbaijan. It has been also confirmed most recently in a phone conversation between the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, and President of Azerbaijan, Mr. Ilham Aliyev. Following substantially increased needs since 2020, the European Union has been the biggest international donor to Azerbaijan in the area of mine action. I would also like to point out that we are focused in our support to all three pillars that are part of the overall mine action effort, and that is the humanitarian demining, that is also mine awareness, that is so important right now when people increasingly return to Karabakh, and we saw yesterday how important it is to have lively and safe communities. And also, what is necessary is support to mine victims, and that is an area to which we are also focused, and we want to increase our involvement. The European Union and EU member states are also partners as source of top-level standards, experience, equipment, and technologies that bring to the effort of Azerbaijan better perspective for achieving its priority. After 2020, we immediately started projects aimed at improvement of life affected by the conflicts. And I'm very glad that I'm on a panel with also representative of ICRC. We also have a project with the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent in Azerbaijan that is aimed exactly at the safe return of IDPs. We partner with UNDP in our support to ANAMA, with UNICEF and with Ministry of Science and Education when it comes to mine awareness. Earlier this month in Baku, the European Union and EU member states launched the Team Europe initiative on mine action in Azerbaijan. This initiative aims at joining efforts and support from the EU, its member states, its international partners, including IFIs, and EU-based mine action agencies and civil society in the area of mine action in Azerbaijan. This is an initiative that will continue, that aims to bring regular and more robust support to Azerbaijan from all these partners. It's open, and more partners will be joining. And I'm grateful to all EU member states for contributing and preparing further contributions to this action. Among concrete results of our support in the area of mine action in Azerbaijan, we can also refer to those results that already were mentioned today. Creation of the first female demining team was also thanks to EU support together with UNDP, but also with the civil society that shows the necessity of mobilization of all efforts. So partners like MAG and from international civil society partners, or from national ones like IEPF contributed decisively to these results. There are also other examples that we saw yesterday, like APOPO organization with new technologies in demining. And all this in one joint effort to support Azerbaijan and its people. The humanitarian mine action is a precondition for sustainable development in the entire territory of Azerbaijan. Safe return to Karabakh of IDPs that is also designated to become first green region of Azerbaijan. In this regard, the European Union is also ready to partner and to support efforts of the government of Azerbaijan and of the society in reconstruction projects, but also to support this priority of focus on green policies and green energy. This is also part of our overall support for peace, stability, and security, for this future for people in the Republic of Azerbaijan and overall for South Caucasus regions. I want to underline again the importance of the international partnerships, working with the United Nations, with UNDP, with UNICEF, with ICRC, IFRC, international and national civil society, partner countries like United States, United Kingdom, that all support Azerbaijan, that can bring results more quickly and in more efficient manner. The last but not least, what I want also to mention is appreciation of efforts for promotion of priority of ban on landmines and the Ottawa Convention. In this regard, also the European Union has been supporting efforts and projects that aim at this objective that will certainly contribute to peace and safety for the future and for people. I also want to appreciate, in terms of international partnership, how effort and priority in the mine action is bringing Azerbaijan to the position of leader in many ways. We see, for example, in creation of first female demining team, Azerbaijan being one of the leaders in the world. But also, with using international cooperation, Azerbaijan is receiving, but also providing support to others. And I want to appreciate already the support provided to Ukraine by Azerbaijan, focused on demining. With the new Center of Excellence that was announced to be created, and it's a partnership between Azerbaijan and UNDP, the role of Azerbaijan as the leader in the mine action in the world will be even more advanced. And the European Union will be glad to be partner to Azerbaijan in this effort also in the future. Thank you very much.
Ambassador, thank you so much. Thank you to you and Team Europe. We rely on your continued support. Thank you so much. James Madison University is a familiar name for most people in the mine action sector. Many of you have taken their senior management course or attended other workshops hosted by JMU, or read one of their many studies. The Journal of Mine Action is one of these important publications that JMU produce, and our next speaker sits on the editorial board of this publication. It's a pleasure to introduce Susanne Fiederlein, Director of the Center of International Stabilization and Recovery at James Madison University. Susanne is a long-serving member of the mine action community, and she sits on the International Mine Action Standards Review Board, and she will enlighten us on the role of international mine action standards. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Steiner. Good morning, everyone. I want to also thank all of you for your interest in this very important topic of mine clearance and post-clearance reconstruction, all related in a very important quest of making areas that have suffered through armed conflict safer and have a brighter future for all the people who live there. I want to thank the organizers, the government of Azerbaijan and ANAMA, and the UNDP for putting on a very well-organized and very interesting and thought-provoking conference. We had a wonderful day yesterday out in the field seeing the results of the work of ANAMA and the government of Azerbaijan in recent years. I am a professor as well as the director of the center, and so pardon me, but I do have a few slides that I'm going to show you, and I will try to move through them quickly. But I'm also a very visual person, so I think it's helpful to have the visuals. Let's see here. Works. Okay, as Steiner said, our center has been around for a long time. We actually were established in 1996 under another name. We're now known as the Center for International Stabilization and Recovery. Quite a mouthful, often referred to as CISR, C-I-S-R. We are probably best known for our Journal of Conventional Weapons Destruction. We're now in our 28th year of publication, and we have it available in various formats on our website. So I encourage you, if you're not familiar with it, to take a look. I have some flyers that have a QR code. I have one posted outside. Very easy to access them from our website. If you like them a lot and want to have a hard copy, you can request that as well, and we'd be glad to send you one. They are kindly supported by the U.S. Department of State, and they're made available free of charge to the mine action community. So we appreciate that support over all these many years from the U.S. State Department. We also produce the State Department's annual report on their conventional weapons destruction programs to walk the earth in safety. A couple examples of articles we've run recently in the journal related to mine action and the environment, just to give you a little sampling. Ukraine has rightly received a lot of attention in recent years, and there's a lot of work being done in Ukraine to study and address the impact on the environment of the extensive explosive ordnance contamination across Ukraine. Some very good data now coming out of Ukraine on that, so a chance to collect a lot of data, analyze it, begin to understand better what the extent of the impact is. A lot of attention to food security and the impact on agriculture. Again, Ukraine plays a very large role in providing food for the world, and so there's been a great deal of concern about the impact of the explosive ordnance on the agricultural production there. Just a few visuals from our journal on that, sort of what that means, what the impact means. Destruction to vehicles and infrastructure, structures, facilities, as well as vast contamination of agricultural lands. We've also run some articles on other countries, such as Lebanon, very recently in our issue last fall, examining the role of the national government there, the Mine Action Center, and various challenges and how they've addressed those. But also, interestingly, a little bit on Danish Church Aid's own efforts as a mine action clearance organization to reduce its impact on the environment as it operates in that context. All right, so awareness, very much growing awareness across the sector in the need to address environmental impact of the way we go about doing our work. And then some other interesting articles on clearing urban areas out of Iraq with a focus on old Mosul and the urban rubble clearance and the need to clear it, and with the idea of reconstructing and saving and preserving as much as possible what is left of the cultural heritage structures, the churches and the mosques and the other historical sites. So growing interest as well, certainly across the sector, for doing that. This is not in our journal, but I have talked to Per Lodhammer about trying to get an article into our journal about what they're seeing in Iraq. And the example that he shared with me is in the very south of Iraq and the increased salinity that has negatively impacted their date palm business to where it's almost completely devastated. And in order to resurrect it and replant, they have to clear ordnance first. All right, so you've got to have the mine action, then you can replant, then you can begin to rebuild the economy and make it stronger. He also was noting the extensive flooding they've been having in the south of the country and how that negatively impacts the ability of mine clearance operations to take place with the shifting mines due to the flooding. All right, so a lot of environmental considerations that we're growing more and more aware of as we continue to do our work. We have certainly improved methods and especially improved data collection. Data collection is so important to understanding what we're doing, where we need to work, what the nature of the problem is, and then also what the environmental context is in which that work is being done. So some really nice improvements with new technology. This is just an example from Phoenix Insight. We've worked with them on some projects. They collect all their data from open source and using AI and machine learning, they can analyze that data and produce maps on where contamination is and what the nature of that contamination is. That is, what is the type of ordnance that is causing that particular contamination. We've also improved our methods and tools over the years. Again, from having been involved for 25 years at the center, been able to see a lot of the changes that have occurred over the years. And one example I want to talk about in particular is land release. That was developed back in about 2005 to 2010, in that range, with standards developed along those lines. But what it does is it focuses attention on data collection, understanding where the problem is, what the nature of the problem is, and where exactly you need to clear. So you're not clearing a lot of land that was suspected of contamination but wasn't really contaminated. Right? You save money, you save effort, and you disrupt the environment to a lesser extent if you're only clearing what really needs to be cleared. So again, the challenges of data collection. International mine action standards. Let me go to this next one. As the community developed in the 1990s, realized we needed some standards, some guidance on how we go about doing our work so that we can systematize it and understand and know what other people are doing as well, so that we can have confidence in what is indeed accomplished in different places. And also to make it safer and more efficient as we go along. The body of IMS we now have was issued in 2001. Today, we now have 47 IMS, including 22 technical notes, which provide further guidance according to those standards, and training and, I forget what the EP stands for. Thank you. And then the purpose of the standards is to provide guidance to the national mine action authorities so they can produce their national standards, their own national standards. So the international standards provide guidance to the national authorities to create their standards, and then they flow down to standing operating procedures for the operators. All right. From the IMAS, the aim is to improve safety, efficiency, effectiveness in mine action and promote a common and consistent approach to the conduct of mine action operations. New standards are created when an agreed need is identified by the community to extend standards to new aspects of mine action. There's an IMS steering group and an IMS review board with United Nations oversight and guidance in that whole process. There is a standard on mine action in the environment, 07.13. It is under review now. It is going through a process of revision. It has not been released yet, but it should be released soon. And I'll note a couple of the general changes that will be taking place under that. But before that, I want to talk a little bit about what is already in the IMS and how it can be used to address environmental concerns and considerations. There's a whole structure, as I mentioned, with the land release. There's also quality management, risk management, and of course I mentioned the non-technical survey and technical survey. And you can sort of think of it as mainstreaming environmental considerations into all of these and other related international mine action standards. So as we go about preparing our quality management plan, how can we incorporate environmental concerns into that? As we do our risk management, how do we incorporate environmental considerations into that? The new IMAS in its introduction actually calls upon us to do that, to remember that there are these other IMAS, that we should be working with them and we should be using them to help us also mitigate environmental impacts as we move along. And then you have the clearance standards, but a number of these things happen even before you get to that clearance point. And that's something very important to remember. So again, the importance of non-technical survey, of getting really good data, using that data to plan your operations most effectively, included in your risk management, quality management. The new standard, as I said, will have a call to that in the introduction, and then we'll lay out more specific guidelines for how to approach doing that. There is also plans for a new technical note for mine action that will provide suggestions and guidance on specific ways that this can be done by mine action programs. So in closing, just want to note again that there's a lot of tools out there that we can use as a community, and there's a great deal of attention in the community to addressing environmental concerns. The new IMAS will also include consideration of climate change, which is an expansion from its previous one. So also in the larger context of the climate change that's going on, how can we bring that into our planning and into our consideration as we go forward in mine action. Thank you.
Thank you, Susanne. Thank you for sharing some international best practices, your references to the importance of data collecting and analysis. And since I'm a member of the IMAS steering group, I'm glad to see that you highlight the importance of the international standards. So thank you so much. Okay, it's a personal pleasure to introduce the next speaker. He's an old colleague, friend, and a fellow of Norwegian, Erik Tollefsen. He joined the mine action sector back in the last century. I think he has visited more mine-affected countries than most, and he's a passionate mine action practitioner, and he heads the ICRC Weapon Contamination Department, and he has been in the forefront of developing tools and methods in the mine action sector for at least 3 decades. It's therefore appropriate that Erik will talk about innovation in mine action. Erik, take it away.
Thank you very much, Steinar. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the organizers, it's a true pleasure to be here today. And before starting, in advance of my intervention, I just wanted to also say thank you to the interpreters who's trying to make sense of what we're saying up here into the various, also very important languages that it's being brought into the audience here. I just wanted to try to link with what Susanne talked about of the essence of international standards as a framework for how we do safe and efficient mine action activities, and link that with a story. Back in 2005 was the first time I had a chance to visit the beautiful country of Azerbaijan, and I went down into the field to see firsthand the impact to the communities. And I was guided by the colleagues from ANAMA. And I was really taken by the dedication, but also the professionalism of what I saw, of what was undertaken in a safe and efficient manner. And I remember I took some photographs, and at that time, I brought it back to Geneva and to those working on the international standards. And what I can share with you is that very much the framework of what Susanne was talking about was founded here in Azerbaijan. The whole concept of how to combine the various layers of survey, non-technical survey, technical survey, and clearance was demonstrated in the most professional way by ANAMA in a place called Fisuli, where they were clearing for an IDP camp. The photographs I took was published and was then coined into what is later been known as land release. So it comes from Azerbaijan. Also, I wanted to say that I was really impressed yesterday by what we saw, because I've been, as Steinar mentioned, to a few of these field locations where you find landmines, unexploded ordnance. But it's one of the first times I've seen it's put into context so brilliantly, as we saw yesterday, where we saw that the mine and UXO contamination presents a challenge, not just for development and for the resettling of people, but also for the environment. So thank you so much for bringing that case forward in such a brilliant way. I've also brought with me a PowerPoint presentation. Wanted to talk a little bit about the International Committee of Red Cross, where we work on weapon contamination. We try to support our delegations in how to maintain the staff safe, our partners safe, but also, of course, supporting the communities. And that's also something we do together with the national societies. In the UN system, it's UNMAS that is in lead of mine action. In the Red Cross and Red Crescent movement, ICRC is leading the 192 national societies. And as the distinguished ambassador from the EU mentioned, we have a really close collaboration with the national societies who, of course, speak the languages, speaks the dialect, represents all sides of society, both genders. I mean, we couldn't do it without them. They really understand, you know, where the problem lays. Here in Azerbaijan, with the Azerbaijani Red Crescent Society, we have an incredible relationship. And every day, they have more than 300 volunteers that are working with the affected communities. So yes, Ambassador, we are working on addressing this problem, but it's far by over. I thought, inspired by what we saw in the field yesterday, I wanted to bring over to you some of these lessons we have learned very much from Azerbaijan in the field, in terms of how to capture the wisdom before we go into new phases of innovation and technology. There are certain conditions. First of all, there needs to be an expressed need from the user. Also, it's very important that we don't send prototypes to the field, but that the technology is complete. I have, and I guess along with many of you, seen rusted machines standing in the field because there were no spare parts available, or where you couldn't repair it in the field. You needed someone with a civil engineering degree to be flown in from a foreign country, and we couldn't sustain that with the budgets. Also, we need to have a competent manufacturer involved who understands the working conditions. It's very important that the technology needs to be fit for purpose. It needs to fit with the environmental standards. And obviously, if there's a risk of causing the soil to erode, we need to be very cautious on what type of technologies and methodologies we apply. Also, it needs to be affordable. What we saw in the beginning, 3 decades ago, as Steinar mentioned, was machines being brought into to developing countries that weighed 60 metric tons, that consumed so much fuel that the fuel cost of running one machine costed more than the demining salaries in the country. And also, as a prerequisite, you need to look at scale. We need to have sufficient equipment. We need to have sufficient funding to make it operate efficiently. It's very important that that people, manufacturers, R&D companies, scholars, go to the field, spend some time with the people living in the field, those working in the field, and understanding the field conditions. I can't count how many times I've received an email or a telephone from someone who has invented something brilliant, but they had no idea on what kind of reality this technology was going to work in. Also, it's very important to think systems, a systems approach. The whole thing needs to work together. It needs to be seamless, and it needs to be integrated into the humanitarian operations where it's going to be. That's why many of these technologies which we've seen been developing for defense, the security sector, doesn't necessarily have any application in the humanitarian sector. One example, what we've seen is manufacturers of demining machines who's trying to claim that the machines can be used to clear UXO. No, we tested it, it doesn't work. They're brilliant for pressure plate type anti-vehicle or anti-tank and personnel mines, but not so much for unexploded ordnance. Also to understand the challenges of the work, focusing on what is achievable, what is appropriate, focus on area reduction or land release and close-in detection. And then, of course, collaboration. Work together, donors, users, academia, and manufacturers, but I will come back to that. In ICSC, we have been working together with the Polytechnical University of Waseda in Tokyo, in Japan, for a few years, of trying to crack this paradox. And pardon me if I'm getting a bit nerdy on you now, but the problem we face in mine action and in other sectors is that what we call the probability of detection. Everyone wants to have the probability of detection as high as possible, up to 100%. But the inherent problem is that at the same time, we have the false alarm rate coming up. And when the false alarm rate surpasses 50%, the operator will lose the credibility or the belief in the system, so it doesn't work anymore. And we've seen this with many types of metal detectors, new technologies, and so on. So what we thought in ICSC is that we started with what was defined as the problem, and we thought that if we engaged academia and used artificial intelligence to help us remove this challenge by improving the probability of detection, but at the same time reducing the false alarm rate, we could have done something that was good for the sector. Also, we didn't want to make this as a special invention of the ICRC or Waseda University, so we decided not to have any kind of intellectual property, and we have published our work in Susanne's fine journal as we have proceeded and what we have learned. So that's available for everyone. And we're also about to take this technology into Ukraine now and work with our partners there, CESU. We see that this can be used in many different humanitarian cases. And what we started off with is looking at a technology that was low cost, it was affordable, it was off the shelf, so you could buy it anywhere, and nothing needed to be bought or made specifically. It was just to integrate this thing. We went for a proof of concept where we tested the technology first in Geneva, and then in Denmark, and in Japan. And then we had a great support by the Kingdom of Jordan, by my good friend Mohammed and his Excellence Prince Mirad, that allowed us to come in to test this system. Because what we have done, we've used basically a thermal imaging camera on a drone that will be able to detect the difference between the heat that a target such as a landmine or unexploded ordnance would emit, which is different from the surrounding environment. And then post-flight, we will be able to put this into one of these supercomputers, and we have this fantastic algorithm developed by the researchers at Waseda University that will be able to give us a very, very high probability of detection. And the outcome has been mind-blowing. We were hoping to find surface-laid mines and unexploded ordnance, but we have been able to, in certain conditions, such as where it's arid and not too much vegetation, we've been able to find both unexploded ordnance and landmines when they are buried, and consistently, which is important. We have been able to demonstrate that this technology, as a part of the toolbox, can really speed up clearance efforts. It can make it safer, which is the most important. It can make it faster and more cost efficient. But it will not replace any of the tools that you saw in the field yesterday. It is just a complement. I'm happy to speak with you about possible, use cases. Here you can see on the video a demonstration where we're just flying this in Geneva. One of our operators and researchers are demonstrating this tool. What we've seen is there's a great interest from the sector in how to utilize such technology. On the screen behind me, you can see up to the high right how it looks with a M19, which is a plastic anti-tank or anti-vehicle mine, and a smaller M14, which is about this big, which are both underground and can be seen quite clearly on these images. I should note that the M14 mine, for instance, here, I used to work in Iraq many years ago, and I picked it apart, and I had this electronic scale. And when I took away all the plastic and high explosive components and only measured the metal content of this mine, it was 0.4 grams. So you can imagine when you go into an area which has been the subject of armed warfare for decades, like what we saw yesterday, all the scrap metal you'll find there, it is really, really difficult to distinguish using a metal detector between what is an anti-personnel mine, not that you will find this type of mine here, but similar ones, and what is scrap metal. So this is where the technology that we're working on could be a complement to this toolbox. But I'll stop there and thank you for this opportunity to come here and speak to this distinguished panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you for sharing good advice and recommendations and demonstrating that there are some useful new technology out there. Very exciting, very promising indeed. Okay, when I travel the world, there's one publication that I always read before I go, and that's the Mine Action Review publication called Clearing the Mines, or Clearing the Cluster Munition. And I really encourage all of you to go into their webpage and read their many useful reports. The excellent team of researchers at the Mine Action Review provides in-depth analysis of the mine action situation in all mine-affected countries of the world. And our last speaker, Alexandra Frost, is a senior researcher at the Mine Action Review, and she will speak about enhancing environmental responsibility in national mine action programs, key elements, and good practice. Over to you, Alex.
Thanks, Steiner, for the introduction, and also thanks to ANAMA and UNDP for organising this conference on a crucial and very timely topic for the mine action sector. So I'm going to echo Steiner's words about the Mine Action Review publications. I encourage you to go to our websites and have a look. We cover landmine and cluster munition remnant contamination survey and clearance in every affected state worldwide, and have individual country profiles for each of those states, including, of course, Azerbaijan. Today, I want to focus on the environmental impact of survey and clearance operations, and what we at Mine Action Review think that a national mine action programme should have in place in order to prepare for and mitigate these impacts. So, as our other speakers have said, when we're thinking about environmental impacts of clearance, one of the key things a mine action programme can do to reduce its impact is to engage in efficient and effective clearance to ensure that no land is cleared unnecessarily. all clearance methods will of course have some sort of environmental impact. Before clearance, it's often necessary to remove vegetation and prepare the ground for clearance, but this can lead to, for example, the removal of vegetation that's vital to natural habitats and could take years to be restored. Using machines for mine clearance significantly disrupts soil structure and can lead to increased erosion, loss of soil fertility, and altered water and nutrient cycles. So when you're planning for how the land will be used after clearance, for agriculture, for example, you really want to try and ensure that that soil structure remains intact. Similarly, with open burning or open detonation, it remains a basic and widely used method for destroying ordnance, but one that also releases explosive residues into the environment, into the groundwater, into the soil. And again, thinking about how that land will be used after clearance, will it be safe for the community to use if it's contaminated with chemicals from explosives? Then there's the impact from work sites and the waste that's produced and how that's disposed of. And then also the carbon footprint or greenhouse gas emissions of land reuse operations. Those relate to the use of fuel, electricity and resources and the supply chain and how these can be reduced. So within Mine Action Review, we use 8 criteria to assess a mine action programme's performance. And this year, we've actually added a new criteria specifically on the environment. And within this criteria, there are 5 elements that we consider to be key for a National Mine Action Authority to consider and help mitigate environmental and climate considerations. So I'm just going to go through some of these in a bit more detail, but I also promise to be brief. Before I go into that, though, I just wanted to mention how key working in partnership it is and how this should actually underpin all of those 5 elements. While National Mine Action Authorities are undoubtedly experts in mine action, they're not necessarily experts on the environment. So it's key to draw on and involve expertise from local communities, local authorities, other government ministries, and experts from local and international environmental organisations. And I think that's key. You know, we need to move outside of working in a silo and really bring that into a more holistic approach in, towards mine action planning and operations. So the Environmental Management Policy National Mine Action Standard, and along with the environmental assessment, forms part of a National Mine Action Programme's environmental management system. It outlines a mine action programme's commitment to and approach to managing its environmental impacts, supports compliance with the national and international legislation, and sets out key aims, principles, and responsibilities. In Vietnam, there is a sub-task force on the environment that's been created under the Mine Action Working Group, and we also encourage national mine action authorities to consider having an environmental focal point within their mine action programs. So as Suzanne talked about the IMAS, I'm not going to go into that into any detail, but as she said, there is a new IMAS on environmental management that has been developed. It's currently with the IMAS Review Board for approval. It's due imminently. There are countries that already have a national mine action standard on the environment in place, and that will obviously need to be brought up to date with this new IMAS. Azerbaijan, I understand, has one in draft that's waiting for approval, and also is planning to introduce an environmental management policy. And those are obviously key when we hear about the scale and scope of clearance that's planned in the next few years. So to illustrate what an environmental assessment is, I just wanted to use the example of MPA's Green Field tool. It's currently being used in Vietnam. It's been trialled in Thailand, Laos, Bosnia, Zimbabwe, and Iraq. And with funding from FCDO, MPA and CEOBS are working to improve the tool with the aim of being able to share it with the sector from next year. So it's an assessment tool that helps MPA staff understand environmental and climate risks and trends, identify impacts that field operations may have on the environment, and help prioritise mitigation measures to reduce or prevent those adverse impacts, and identify opportunities for greener operations. It supports compliance with the IMAS and also aligns with MPA's climate environment policy. And so the tool is designed to be used during planning and prioritisation, to be used at a task and village level, to be used continuously to improve throughout the process, and also to inform strategy and project design. It's divided into two main parts. There's the environmental profile, and that's about understanding the environmental sensitivity and climate trends of that specific area. Includes consultation with local stakeholders and an analysis of vegetation, soil type, water features and climate trends. This can then be supplemented by open source data, of which there are a myriad different sources on things like land use, protected areas, threatened species, fire incidents. If you go onto the environmental working group website, environmentinmineaction.org, you can find a resources section with all of those in there. And then that feeds into step 2, the environmental impact management. And so that's about assessing the specific operations and activities that are happening in that task or village, and then an assessment of the environmental risk is undertaken for each of those impacts. A risk level is assigned, and then you think about the mitigation measures that will be implemented to try and reduce that risk, bring that risk down. Then residual risk are recorded and any other further issues are logged. And now I just want to talk about some of the other mitigation interventions that are happening in mine action programs across the world to try and reduce environmental impacts. So operators have been using solar panels for both offices and remote camps. For remote camps, portable trailer-mounted systems have been found to be very effective. And as well as having a positive environmental impact, they also, in unstable contexts, a program no longer has to rely on the fuel, on sourcing fuel and the fluctuating costs and availability that may come with that. For waste management, in some countries where there is a lack of a waste management infrastructure, that can make recycling very difficult or prohibitive. So there's been an emphasis instead on reducing or eliminating single-use plastics and making more sustainable procurement choices. There's also, to limit vegetation removal, not removing trees where possible, being sensitive to that specific local context, using that environmental assessment. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, for example, the use of certain machines has been banned from clearing agricultural areas because they compact the soil, they leave it impermeable to water, and prevent sowing for up to 3 years. And then alternative disposal methods. So in South Sudan, they are using portable incinerators to dispose of some explosive ordnance, which contains that explosive residue I mentioned earlier and stops it from contaminating the ground. And then in Ukraine, there's a huge soil sampling initiative being carried out to test the soil for levels of heavy metals in anticipation of that ground being cleared for agricultural purposes. And then the final thing that I wanted to mention is climate-aware planning of land release operations. So we know that this is only going to become more of an issue for the sector as climate change worsens heat waves, droughts, wildfires, and floods. In Serbia, wildfires have led to the discovery of previously unknown mine-contaminated areas. In 2014, in Bosnia and Herzegovina, it was found, after flooding, it was found that mines contaminated more than 70% of the flood-affected zone and were a major safety hazard to implementing recovery efforts. And finally, in Western Sahara, risks from extreme weather, such as very high temperatures and sandstorms, are currently being factored into the planning and prioritization of survey and clearance tasks. And then during periods of extreme heat, teams actually start earlier and work shorter hours. Thank you for your attention. I will leave it there.
Thank you, Alex. It's really great to see how mine action operators have both changed their attitude, but most importantly, their practice on this over the last few years. Very impressive. And I particularly like the Greenfield tool. Let's hope others adopt the NPA tool there. Okay, thank you to all speakers for your insightful presentations. I think it demonstrates that a lot of expertise on this subject. We are, as always, a little bit behind schedule. But I think since we have such a panel of experts, I will open up for a couple of questions from the audience. Anyone who wants to ask these experts questions, this is your opportunity. Yes, please, sir, take the floor. Speakers, or microphone is coming your way.
Steiner, thank you very much. Sajjad Karim. I want to pick up on some points that were made by Eric, but my question actually is for Peter in the end. Eric, you spoke about collaboration and cooperation. Azerbaijan clearly had almost a standing start when it came to demining. It's learned a lot and it's progressed a lot in that time. And the cooperation between the states that have supported, whether it's the United Nations, the European Union, my country, the United Kingdom, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and so many others, it's that cooperation that has allowed the progress that has been made. Now, my question for Peter is this, that I haven't seen any real evidence of collaboration at a state level that is providing support to those on the ground in terms of policy making to help further collaboration so that we come out with real value at the end of this process beyond what is on the ground here in Azerbaijan. What more can be done at a multi-state level to ensure that much greater policy-making support and incentives is being provided to the people that Eric spoke about on the ground? Thank you.
Ambassador, please, you can go ahead and answer. Yeah.
Thank you very much for the question, and I think that this is pointing to what I think all the participants feel, that we want to see much more speedy, efficient action that finds instruments that will make the result more efficient, coming more quickly to both people who need this safe future that is provided by mine action, but also that helps create policies and international cooperations mechanisms that are then shared by or at national level across the world by those countries that are in need of those, so that this experience is becoming available everywhere where it is needed. And I think that we are actually witnessing exactly this this process, and with the support that is coming from all the partner countries that are supporting Azerbaijan, that are providing support elsewhere in the world where it is needed. We are now identifying these efficient mechanisms. There are already many. The United Nations is a natural player in this regard. We already see the role of the UN, UNDP, other UN agencies has been so important here in Azerbaijan and elsewhere in the world. That has to be further strengthened, and new ways to be found. The center of excellence, that is bringing this effort to the new level, and that will exactly become an instrument and possible tool for the future to share this experience also with other partners and to be useful for people in other countries. At the same time, helping to advance the process of mine action here in Azerbaijan, to speed it up, and also to bring in or to become a center where also all new knowledge and experience is becoming concentrated and therefore useful. Another similar example is the Team Europe initiative that we just launched earlier this month, that is pooling resources together in case of the European Unions in this regard, but we see that actually more international partners are interested to provide support to Azerbaijan. We see in the world various models like trust funds and other tools are used in order to support this action. There is another topic on which I probably am not expert, but we are so many experts here on the panel and in the room, and that is internationally accepted standards in mine action. And that is exactly something that can give guidance or can give very valuable level of experience and the model how to achieve or how to formulate the mine action process to so many governments across the world. So I think that we are seeing important phase and important momentum in this international cooperation.
Thank you, Ambassador. Can I also highlight that we have the Anti-Personnel Mine Ban Convention. It's the driving tool for the sector. And every 5 years we have what we call a review conference where we develop a 5-year plan. So at the moment we have the Oslo Action Plan from 2019. And in that Oslo Action Plan, environment isn't included as such. But now, in November, we are going to meet in Cambodia, and we are developing now what's going to be called the CM RIP action plan, the next 5-year action plan for the mine action sector. And in that new 5-year plan, environmental consideration is all over the plan, and that will then commit donors, national authorities, and operators to really take environmental consideration into their plans moving forward. So I think we are really on the right track to address this issue. Okay, let us have one more question before we finish. Pardon? Yeah. Anyone in the audience who wants to use this unique opportunity to address these experts? Susanna will give you then an opportunity to have a last comment before we finish.
I just had an additional thought in response to the question that was asked. I don't want to say too much yet about the new IMAS standard coming out for the environment, except to alert you that it's coming out and to pay attention when it does come out and to look at it. It's been a very collaborative process. The review board itself includes representatives from NGOs, from clearance operators, from donors, from national authorities, right? So a real attempt to pull in from across the mine action community and participate in that process. There was a technical working group that was even more expansive than that was brought in specifically for this standard, all right? So experts in environmental action were brought into that technical working group. There was a subgroup specifically of national and mine action authorities that were consulted, again, in a more expanded group than the technical working group. So as far as collaboration and communication, on this issue, I've really seen more expansive activity And I think you'll see that represented in the final output. There's information for national mine authorities, for operators, and donors in there as well. So do pay attention and try to find out from the website when it's released to take a look at that new version when it comes out.
Thank you so much. And I think with that, we will end this session. Again, thank you to the panelists for your insightful presentation. And thank you to all for staying with us for the whole session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Essen. Thank you, dear panelists, dear ambassador, dear representatives of international organizations. Mr. Essen, I know you were worried about the time limit, but your panel was exactly 1 hour, 15 minutes, so thank you for that. Now we are about to go for a coffee break, and a little highlight that I want to mention. There is an art exhibition, piece of art that in the entrance of the hotel made by Vusal Rahim, commissioned by Yarat. In his performance Recultivation, Vusal Rahim envisions a future where things are safe and calm. By spotlighting the toll of war, the artist seems to be liberating the earth from its mind chains, acting as a mediator for its fresh start. The burst of greenery on the globe speaks volumes about the damage and struggles during the war, promising a future that's secure, vibrant, and environmentally sound. So if you want to take pictures and look at that, it's in the entrance of the hotel. See you after the coffee break. Ladies and gentlemen, those guests that are still in the coffee break area, I kindly ask you to come back to the main auditorium so we can proceed with the second panel discussions of the day. We'll have a lunch break after that, and we'll still have some coffee breaks, so don't worry about that. We're all waiting for you in the main auditorium. One more call for the guests that are in the coffee break area. Please proceed to the main auditorium so we can proceed with the second panel discussions. The moderator of the panel and the panelists are waiting for you to start the session. Thank you. Welcome back. We are proceeding to the second panel discussion of today. The topic is resource mobilization for a safe and green future and inclusive transformation through mine action. That will be moderated by Mr. Emil Hasanov, Deputy Chairman of Public Council of ANAMA. Mr. Hasanov, please proceed to the tribune, and it's a chance for you to introduce your panelists.
Dear guests, it is a great pleasure to see you all. Today we have a special session. We dedicated this conference to environmental issues. For sure, when we signed conventions, Ottawa or cluster, it wasn't taken account, but so far we see become one of the obstacles in the future, and we always ask ourselves what we leave for our future generation. And this main question, so far we gathered here, and I would like to introduce my panelists. Mrs. Alessandra Rokosalva, Resident Coordinator of UNDP Azerbaijan, Resident Representative of UNDP Azerbaijan. His Excellency Mr. Ruslan Strilets, Minister of Environmental Protection and Natural Resources of Republic of Ukraine. Mr. Dr. His Excellency Abdullah Al-Rabia, Advisor, Royal Court of Supervisors General, King Salman Humanitarian Aid and Relief Center, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Shukran. Mr. Tariq Shazli, Deputy National Director, Humanitarian Mine Action, Italian Minister of Foreign Affairs. And Mr. Denis Samet, Director of Link Europe. Before we start our session, I would like to make a special introduction to our guests. And one first panelist, resident representative of UNDP to Azerbaijan, Alessandra Kavalva. Alessandra has a Master of Science degree from London School of Economics, University of Tübingen, and University of St. Andrews. Alessandra joined UNDP in 2005 as a program officer in Indonesia. Worked in Kosovo 2014 to 19. Moreover, she was working as a special representative for head of management of the Spotlight Initiative of Executive Office of UN Secretary General. Alessandra, prego, floor is yours.
Is this on? Yeah. Hello, everybody, and I hope you're energized after your coffee and tea break. And for those of you who were with us yesterday, thank you. For those of us who are here today, thank you again on a busy Friday. And hello to my fellow panelists. You will ask yourself, so what can we still hear that we haven't heard so far? This panel wants to culminate the things we have learned yesterday and what the previous panel has done. So basically, why are we talking about this? We are talking about it because mines are crimes against human rights, against humanity. A plastic bag you throw in the ocean, maybe it will take 100 years, 200 years to disappear. Landmines will never disappear. They will always be there. They're degrading the environment, and they're preventing people from making productive use of the land, on top of everything that we heard about victims and whether people are sadly being killed or they're being injured, because this will rest with you and your families and these families for all their lives. So if we're talking about what can international organizations, partners, a non-governmental organization do, it's crucial that we secure funding and technical expertise now. We heard it from Chairperson Vogar Müllem personally. It will take 25, 30 years if we continue in this speed. Who has 25, 30 years when an average life is about 75, 80 years? So this is the point. We need to come together with resources, with expertise, with advocacy, and with willingness. Earlier on, we heard about Sustainable Development Goal 18. Trust me, it's a huge responsibility to carry when you work in Azerbaijan, to know that this is something we have to take to the world. We have to encourage people to take seriously. In my first job, when I was at McKinsey, when I was really little, I'm still little, but you know, so you heard it all, the extensive network, the expertise that we have amongst member states, but also that we have amongst the United Nations, especially UNDP. If we cannot channel these things to help out where it is needed, and at the moment, it's needed here in Azerbaijan for clearance and land release, like panelist Alexandra Frost said in the previous panel, then we have failed. Then we have collectively failed. If we sit here in 10, 20 years, still having the same conference, still talking about this, then we really let hate and violence prevail. And I don't think that bodes well, neither for Azerbaijan, but nor, I'm looking now at the colleague from Ukraine, nor there, yeah? This is a problem that I think in 20, 30 years, we should have eliminated everywhere in the world, that we make concessions at the moment to actually reap something in the future, which is then people signing up to the landmine ban, that we stop production of landmines, anti-personnel mines, and that we really have global advocacy against this. There is topics, so for instance, it's no longer acceptable to throw something on the ground and pollute your environment. It should be the same public opinion against landmines, that it's not acceptable to put landmines, to injure civilians, to kill people, and to prevent them from having a productive life. I mean, if you look at Azerbaijan, the problem is probably a little larger than elsewhere, because we still have what could be very fertile and productive land, not contributing to people's lives, and at the end, not contributing to GDP and the development of the country. So this is why I really want to say now is the time. And if the resources are not here, then we have to collectively make sure that we channel them, yeah, like a little funnel to Azerbaijan. So we eliminate the problem here, and then we can move on to help our neighbors and other countries that really need it. So in terms of greater cooperation, you heard it, Assistant Secretary General Alexander Suev gave us a video message. You know, whether it is that we're going to come up with a Center of Excellence that you saw yesterday, we pledged we would assist the government in establishing, or it is a trust fund, we can assure you that if you provide funding and you provide expertise, we will make sure what our American friends call, we get bang for the buck, that we are actually putting these resources together, that we give good reporting, that we increase transparency about what we do and how we do it, and that expertise is then really available to hand over as a package to other friends that have the same problem. So let me close by saying that we will focus our efforts on the establishment of the Center of Excellence. So in one of the next conferences, you will be hopefully able to tour the premises and see. Obviously, when there's a Center of Excellence, there actually have to be excellent people. So we are looking forward to welcome back many of you. The second priority is that we're trying to find a mechanism, probably in the form of a trust fund, maybe a rolling trust fund, to help channel resources, because it is cumbersome for you and cumbersome for the government to sort of negotiate bit by bit. Maybe we can elevate it and put it on the higher level. And then it was mentioned, of course, soft things are important. Now that people are coming back to Karabakh, we are seeing more accidents. That is not an accident. That is because people are sort of need to be reminded about landmine threats, how to read the signs, education, and you will find that people are interested in this. So this is also something when it comes to mine action that is very important, the soft components, not just the high drones and the high resolution cameras, but also talking to people and actually educating about what it means when there's a sign, what it means not to go forward and that you can really lose your life. So on all these things and anything else that the government wants us to work on, we will support as best as possible and really also exchange our knowledge in a transparent manner with our partners. Today we had to talk about Azerbaijan, but I can say that we have also been supporting UNDP in Ukraine with things that whether they needed advice on a procurement or whether they needed experts. So we actually have partaken a lot of our knowledge and a lot of our expertise and some resources to help out where it is most needed. Let me stop here because we have a distinguished panel here and I want to hear from the others as well. But thank you for your attention and thank you for attending. It really means a lot to us that have organized this to see all of you here. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Alessandra. Our next panelist, His Excellency, Minister of Environment, Protection and Natural Resources of Ukraine, Mr. Ruslan Strilets. Mr. Strilets has a big experience in waste management reform in Ukraine. Reforms on environmental control and climate policy have been intensified. Ukraine's environmental protection sector has gained its own subjectivity because of Mr. Minister. Moreover, Ukraine has its own pavilion on COP27 and 28. One of the biggest achievements is he initiated the launch of the Ukrainian digital platform ecosystem and Eco-Zagozha. Panie ministrze, будь ласка, ваш виступ.
Dear colleagues, first of all, I'd like to thank the host country of the conference, Azerbaijan, for our fruitful cooperation. I'm really grateful that today we discuss a very important issue, how to combine demining and the highlighting the questions of our environmental. I'd like to thank the Minister of Environmental of Azerbaijan, Mukhtar Babayev, and the Ambassador of Azerbaijan to Ukraine, Seymur Mardaliyev, for their openness and willingness to cooperation with Ukraine. We are working together to prepare the next COP29, which will be held in Baku. At the Climate Summit, Ukraine will present an initiative to develop a mechanism to compensate for damage to Ukraine's environmental and climate caused by the hostilities. We are doing our best to unite the world around this global goal. Mine action is an important component of this mechanism. During the full-scale invasion of Russia, Ukraine started doing something that no one else in the world had done before. We started calculating environmental damage from the hostilities using the modern and unique methodologies. To date, we have calculated over 57 billion euros of environmental damage. In several ways, we are not inferior to infrastructure damage. From the first months of working on this track, it became clear that it was impossible to calculate environmental damage, and record all environmental crimes without demining. And environmental inspectors will not be able to work in an area where sappers haven't been. Mine clearance is a primary component of the entire process we are supporting to win in international courts and recover reparation from Russia in future. This is a guarantee of sustainable peace and one of the key components of point 8 of peace formula of Vladimir Zelensky. Point 8 of peace formula is talking about environmental safety. And the first key point of point 8 is the demining. 156,000 square kilometers is the amount of mined territory we have in Ukraine today. This is almost twice the area of Azerbaijan. The war in Ukraine has damaged 30,000 square kilometers of forest. Of these, 4,500 square kilometers are mined. This is the size of 2 Baku. 12,000 square kilometers of our protected areas are potentially mined. We understand that they will be the last to be cleared of mines. This means that we are losing our biodiversity because of mines. We have lost access to these territories for years. Azerbaijan is one of our allies who knows what war is. Our countries suffer from the consequences of hostilities. And we have a common understanding of how long it takes for nature to recover after the end of hostilities. Every new sapling in the forest is a small step toward recovery. In Ukraine, we are already working to restore the deoccupied territory. In 2023, we returned 18,000 square kilometers of Ukraine to use. Of these, 650 square kilometers are forest. This was made possible by increasing Ukraine's capacity for humanitarian demining. At the beginning of 2023, we didn't have a single demining vehicle. At that time, there were only 6 humanitarian demining operators. Now, we have more than 60 vehicles in operations. The number of operators has increased more than 6 times to 39. More than 50 more are undergoing the certification process. The number of sappers has increased from 1,500 to 4,500. All this is as a result of combined efforts. The key now is to create conditions for the humanitarian demining market in Ukraine. In 2024, $75 million of compensation is allocated for farmers who have already demined or will demine land by signing the agreement with the certificated operators. The relevant resolution has already been adopted, and the process of accepting application from farmers is underway. Optimized and unified certification procedure for operators. It will facilitate faster issuance of certificates. This will increase the number of operators in the shortest possible time. We are currently working also on digitalization of this process. Innovations. Our developers are actively using UAVs with sensor technologies to detect and identify explosive objects. Satellite imagery and neural networks. Ukraine can already identify potentially contaminated areas using these tools. Thanks to the latest technologies, Ukrainian scientists have analyzed the damage caused to the soil of the Kharkiv region as a result of explosions. It amounts to more than $1 billion. The biggest problem in bombardment, which is the mixing of soils as a result of explosion, this can increase erosion and lead to changes in ecosystem in the areas of combat operation and mining. A major problem in the contamination of water bodies by explosive devices. This disposal causes enormous damage to the entire ecosystem. Currently, more than 6 million people are at potential risk today. Since the start of the large-scale war, 664 accidents involving civilians being blown up by mines have occurred. 970 people were injured. 297 people unfortunately died. 673 people were injured. The problem of mined lands is not alien to Azerbaijan. We are interested in enhancing experience in demining and manufacturing our demining mechanism. I am grateful to Azerbaijan for its assistance in this area. Azerbaijan handed over a new revival P demining vehicle of its production to Ukrainian rescuers. It is already operating in Kharkiv region in Ukraine. For our part, we can share our experience in the remote detection of explosion objects using sensors and neural network, analysis of satellite images. Our joint efforts will speed up the mining and make the mine safer in any part of the world where it needs. Thank you for your attention. Glory to Ukraine, слава Україні, я син Азербайджан.
Дуже дякую, пане міністру. Our next panelist, Advisor Royal Court of Salman King Center for Humanitarian Aid and Relief, His Excellency Abdullah Dr. Rabia. I would like to introduce his biography. He was a Minister of Health of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia from 2009-2014, August 2010, April 2016, member of the Board of Trustees of King Abdullah University for Science and Technology, August 2010 to April 2016, Chairman of the Board, King Faisal Specialist Hospital and Research Center, May 2005 to February 2009, founder and president of King Saudi bin Abdulaziz University for Health Science and King Abdullah Medical City. July 2003 to February 2009, Chief Executive Officer of National Guard Health Affairs, King Abdullah Medical City. I would like to brief about King Salman Humanitarian Center and Relief. It was established in 2015. So far, it's covered 99 countries with 2,700 projects, and expenditures covered $6.5 billion of US dollars. Your Excellency, Dr. Abdullah Al-Farid, Ta Fadhul Mali Dr. Abdullah.
Thank you, Your Excellency Emil Hassanov. Let me start by, first of all, welcoming all of you and thanking the President and the government of Azerbaijan, not only for hosting this very important conference, but also for their great efforts to clear an important part of their country and also to build a clean environment for its people and its efforts to share it with the international community. So many thanks to you. Now, I have selected demining as part of the humanitarian work of Saudi Arabia for a reason that not many humanitarian organizations put demining on the top of their list. Actually, when I searched it, it's very selected, actually, organizations deals with demining. But the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia felt the importance of demining, and that's why it has been put as a part of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia demining efforts. Let me also thank ANAMA and the chairman of the board, Your Excellency Vogar Suleimanov, and also your staff for also your dedication and hard work, and congratulations on 26 years of anniversary. Now, I'm sure all of you know that land mines and mines in general is a great danger to the society. And in order to understand this, we have also to tell you the link between humanitarian work and also demining activities. Just a little bit to know, it's very cheap to plant a landmine. It takes only $3 to $30 to plant it. But it takes more than $1,000 to remove it. So there is a great, not only a life loss, but also a loss in the economy of the country concerned. Now, let me address the humanitarian work of Saudi Arabia because it's linked to demining efforts. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is known globally as one of the top donors in humanitarian work. Over the last 2 decades, more than $130 billion has been invested to help more than 169 countries. And in 2015, His Majesty, our King, who is a proactive in humanitarian work when he was the governor of Riyadh, has decided to streamline the humanitarian work of Saudi Arabia into one body, which is called King Salman Humanitarian Aid and Relief Center, thereby KS Relief, with a clear vision and mission behind this center. Now, this center, as my friend Emil mentioned, has invested over the last 9 years $6.8 billion to implement 2,925 projects in 99 countries, and also has managed to build 180 international and regional partners. And in my presence in Azerbaijan, we are actually optimistic that we are building more partners together. We work in all 13 sectors or clusters of humanitarian work. I'm sure we have experts. I don't need to go in the depth of those sectors. But let me also give you another initiative of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, which is again linked to demining. His Royal Highness, our Crown Prince, 2 years ago has called for the green environment and has actually invested $2.5 billion to have a green initiative in the Middle East, which is an important initiative to counteract the effects of actually the climate change. Now, in the demining projects, Saudi Arabia is very active, and we have supported the countries of Yemen, Iraq, and we are proud that we are working with ANAMA in also the beloved country of Azerbaijan. Now, one of the projects which is long now, and we have experienced over the last 4 or 5 years, is in Yemen. We call it Massam, project for clearing land mines in Yemen. In only 5 years, we managed to clear more than 443,000 land mines, and we believe that we have managed to develop an experience and capacity building. We do not work only to remove or demine. We believe that the host countries has also to develop its expertise. And I'm glad that Azerbaijan and ANAMA in particular is also building a training center, which is very important to transfer the know-how and technology globally. Now, I'm sure all of you know that those landmines are very dangerous. They stay in the route of children going to school, in the farms, and actually in very important areas, which is crucial for children, women, and innocent civilians in the country which has received the illegal planting of landmines. Now, when you have in a conflict country like Yemen, like actually Ukraine and other countries, you cannot have a demining project without a parallel project, which is equally important, which is building the capacity and building centers of artificial limb projects. In Yemen, we have built 5 of those, and we managed to build the capacity of local people to plant very high caliber prosthetics, and we managed also to decrease the cost of those prosthetics so that they will be handy for the people of Yemen and beyond. More than 3 million benefited from that project. Now, it is very important to train the local people. Our staff in Yemen train the local people so that they can build their capacity and be able to do the work on themselves. Now, why are we doing demining? It's very important to know that, but before I go that, I'm glad that I'm sitting here. We are, next to me is the Minister of Environment of Ukraine, and we are working together in Ukraine in many humanitarian work. We are working in Yemen, we are working in Azerbaijan, and the exchange of experience is actually the wealth of all of this work. Now, demining, when you do it, you protect, first of all, civilians, and it is especially women and children, because children run in the field a lot, and women, actually, they are always active in the field, so they are at danger from our experience. You are also helping the environment to move to more productive environment and clean environment. You are also providing a well-being for the people and a better future. And lastly, you are also building the capacity of the people. And you have also to see the effects of demining. You are improving the schooling, because children now will be encouraged to go to school, and you are building a future generations. You are creating employment opportunities if you have a safe environment. And also you are having a health, actually, reducing the health costs because of the dangers of landmines. Now, I don't want to take much of your time, but let me conclude by a few recommendations. I think I have heard many great talks and presentations, but still we need to reinforce the global mandate on demining. His Excellency Minister of Environment of Ukraine mentioned that. It's time, with the presence of the UN organizations here, we have to revisit the global mandate on mine action, and it's time to do that. I am glad that I have heard David, Peter, Suzanne, Eric, and Alexandra in the last session. They talked about innovation, and I am a believer that we are far from a better innovation for demining, and we have to be also active and actually productive to transfer the know-how to the field. But in order to do that, you have to engage the private sector, which hasn't done much to help the demining, research institutes, which is equally important with the training, and also engage universities to better improve demining capabilities and capacities. And lastly, we have to engage more humanitarian community to expand their efforts on demining. I think my time is finished. Thank you for yours.
Your Excellency, Dr. Al-Rabia, shukran jazila. Our next speaker and panelist, career diplomat, Tariq Shazli, has a tremendous experience in mine action, in post-war recovery, in conflict zone in Mina, in sub-Saharan region. He has a career in diplomacy also as a deputy ambassador of Netherlands, Kuwait, Oman, and recently in Nigeria. He is the Deputy National Director, Humanitarian Mine Action of Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. Signor Chasli, prego.
Grazie, Emil, grazie molte. Dear ladies and gentlemen, before going into the topic that you can see in the program about Italy's demining efforts and policies, let me start with a focus on the mine action needs of our hosts, Azerbaijan, and how Italy is trying to contribute to them in a way that we hope can be replicated by other countries in the international community, in the same way that also the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has given concrete support. So while I will express what everybody thinks appreciation for the excellent organization of this conference, I think what we saw yesterday on the field trip was very useful for all of us to see. One major challenge of mine action, which is you need to prepare the ground to have an entire population that has been waiting for almost 30 years to go back to their homes. I was impressed, like everybody else, by the efforts that are undertaken by the government of Azerbaijan to rebuild infrastructure. And we have seen also the statistics this morning. 95% of what has been invested comes from your own coffers and only 5% from the international community, despite this being the 5th largest mine crisis in the world. So from our side, we are aware that without a huge effort on the demining problems, you cannot sort out the IDP problems. So in the framework of our relationship, which is well known to be strategic, our bilateral relationship, we decided to place importance on mine action. And through two ways. One is to raise awareness within the international community, especially the donors, and the other one is the direct support I was talking about. So what I just wanted to remind that recently we had the pleasure to collaborate with our colleagues from Azerbaijan on the occasion of the Mine Action Support Group. I see members of the Mine Action Support Group, which is probably the most important forum on these issues. And on the occasion of the National Directors for Mine Action 27th meeting in Geneva at the end of April, it was with pleasure that I chaired an ordinary session of Damascus where, besides our Ukrainian friends, the other country guest of honor was Azerbaijan. And it gave me pleasure to have Ambassador Kaya Mamadov, the head of political military affairs here at the MFA, and of course the chairman of ANAMA, Mr. Vugar Suleimanov, to address the world's most important mine action forum and raise awareness on the needs for mine action in Azerbaijan. We have also pledged the concrete support to mine action here by working closely with UNDP, so with my friend Alessandra here. So with ANAMA and the other Azerbaijani authorities, and we are finalizing a 1.5 million euro project which we hope can support the work that they have been doing together here, ANAMA and UNDP. Also, we have not forgotten that while we're working on demining, there are the needs of the communities that were hit by the fighting last year and the communities that are waiting to go back to their homes. So we also pledged through the ICRC in Azerbaijan a further 2 million euros. But let me go now to the contribution we want to give to the debate today. So I want to highlight a link between our work yesterday and today and the work that our colleagues and our principals will do here on the occasion of the COP29. And because it has been said many times, mine action involves interaction with the environment directly or indirectly. And the climate crisis, which is basically the topic of the COP, impacts mine action and the way mines play havoc on these areas. So I have some experience with some countries in sub-Saharan Africa, and which have been impacted by climate crisis. And these are, of course, explosive ordnance affected countries where we have seen that some of the severe effects of climate change bring problems, make the problem of mine action even bigger. The seasonal floodings are more and more transforming contaminated areas into inaccessible areas. They're moving, of course, mines around, and they are increasing the number of incidents and victims. We have to expect that the exacerbating extreme weather conditions will have more consequences even in our sector. Now I want to bring a contribution, and this is why the title of my intervention is an acronym, RUN, because there are dimensions that I want to highlight. We try to focus on dimensions that have to be considered when doing the work on the ground of eliminating mines. It goes far beyond. So the acronym stands for 3 words. One is rehabilitation, the other one is universalization, and the third one is nature. So let me briefly go through these. So rehabilitation is a dimension that we want, that Italy is working on in international fora linked to mine action. We want to stress the importance of rehabilitation, victim assistance. We had yesterday this beautiful intervention by the lady who was injured as a child, and how she managed to prosper in life, to gain a public position, to be a teacher. And this is rehabilitation of people. This is how all these victims we mentioned, the 360 victims and the 4,000 before them, this is part of the strategy. And that's why in Italy, mine action is demanded to cooperation. I'm Deputy Director for Humanitarian Affairs, and also we deal with mine action. So the importance of the human being and the development of human beings. So this is something we are pushing in international fora, also in MASC. We have to think about victim assistance, networking on this. So we are developing victim assistance initiatives that, in line with good practice and the international mine action standards on victim assistance and mine action, try to integrate victim assistance into broader national and international structures, policies, and programs. So we have to work more on this together. The other dimension, we call it universalization. Because, again, we were talking yesterday, it was a woman who was telling us her story. We believe that there has to be, while working on the humanitarian impact of mines and explosives, we have to develop policies that are universal, that manage to involve, have a gender dimension, and they have to be sensitive to all the stakeholders, creating coordination and partnership and capacity development. We will continue to support advocacy efforts in this field and promote this through the universalization of the conventions. It is important that our countries sign up to as many conventions as possible in this sector. Finally, nature, environment. This is what we are here, our main topic. So we have seen and learned a lot about the damage done to environment by mines, but we have also to be aware about how to do mine action in a way that is environmental friendly. So there's no exception to our sector. Environmental assessment is very important on what we are doing. You have to think about the effects of using mechanical flails and tillers, for example, on potentially vulnerable land. Then the impacts of the explosive detonations on soil and air, and those of temporary field camps and their environment. I was very pleased, Emil, to see that the work yesterday was done according to these latest international standards that we've been pushing for a lot. So the way that the whole team, the machinery, the people interact with the environment while doing that effort. And when it comes to the controlled explosions and everything, of course, there are best practices and standards that I see that Azerbaijan is applying, and I'm thankful for that. And I will finish this and just leave one message. So we have a duty when we go back to our capitals. I think we know that huge delegations, at least in our case, are coming to Baku for the COP29. Let's bring with us, together with the nice memories of this experience, also the message to our principals and colleagues that mine action and the environmental issues it involves could and should be part of the agenda of COP29. Thank you very much.
Grazie, Signor Shazli. Our next panelist, and actually last panelist, Mr. Denis Samut. Actually, we know each other since last century, but I'll introduce him. He's director of Links Europe, which was established in United Kingdom in 1997. Currently, he is based in the Netherlands. He is managing director of editor of web portal Common Space. He was educated in London School of Economics and University of Oxford, and writes regularly on issues related to the South Caucasus, Europe's relations with neighboring regions, and European peace and security. The floor is yours, Mr. Samut.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I am pleased to be on this panel together with the...
with your permission, Mr. Minister, His Excellency, I have another meeting I would like to tell. Thank you very much. Дякую.
Well, I was just about to say I'm pleased to be on this panel with the Minister of Environment of Ukraine. But anyway, he was a member of the panel. And the reason why I think this is very pertinent is that, in my view, the war in Ukraine has created unprecedented turmoil in the international system. It has challenged a lot of the certainties in international relations. But it has also impacted the mine action sector, not only because Ukraine has become a huge problem, one of the biggest now in the world, with consequences that will run for decades, but also for indirect effects that it has had on the rest of the demining efforts. First, the huge demands on the resources of the international community created by the crisis in Ukraine is also affecting how much money is available for global mine action. So whilst we know that countries still commit themselves to support mine action, when you go with new ideas, with big projects, then you will immediately realize that you are competing with something much bigger and that the resources are much more finite than they were, say, 5 years ago. We have to keep this in mind because it's a fact. The second indirect effect of Ukraine is that it has strained the narrative in support of banning landmines worldwide. Increasingly, Ukraine is being used as an example of how landmines can be determining factors in the sort of warfare where conflicting sides are trying to gain or protect territory in close proximity to each other. A few months ago, a young Georgian friend of mine who was involved in our campaign Landmine-Free South Caucasus came to me and said, look, I cannot support this campaign anymore. And I was shocked. I said, why? He said, well, because I've started to believe that landmines are actually important. For a country like Georgia, we need landmines. We cannot abolish landmines. This is a worrying trend. One should no longer assume that most people think landmines are bad. Increasingly, some people think landmines are bad, but necessary. And this narrative needs to be challenged. Two things are necessary in my view. The first, the messaging around humanitarian demining needs to be sharpened. We cannot assume that everyone is convinced that landmines are bad. More and more people think that they may be a necessary evil. This means more information and education, both with decision makers and opinion shapers, but also with the public at large. In terms of how to mobilize funding, especially new funding for this sector, I think a flexible and innovative approaches are necessary to ensure that the interest and support of the international community for humanitarian demining is maintained. This means that it would be more likely to get and to secure new funding if demining is somehow linked with the wider context of development, conflict resolution, etc. I want to give one example. We have for some years proposed that the challenge of demining in the South Caucasus should be approached as a regional issue, dealing with the problem of the three countries together. Now, if one had to say this a few years ago, it would have been quite bizarre and quite outlandish, given the situation that existed in this region. But if you say it today, this is not so far away from what is the realm of reality. So approaching the problem as a regional challenge will make the possibility of attracting funding much higher. And I think that this is one context, the South Caucasus, that I'm sure that there are other contexts where if the demining issue is interlinked somehow with bigger challenges, there may be more possibility of leveraging funds. We just need to make clear that leveraging funding for the future is not going to be simple, and leveraging new funding will be challenging for some years to come. I want to move to the issue of the day, which is how do we use the opportunity of COP29 to put the mining problem challenges on the agenda of the international community. This is a unique opportunity. Up to now, the COP process has not really dealt with mining issues, the mining issues. Of course, we are in Azerbaijan, and because we are in Azerbaijan and the problem of landmine contamination is so huge, it is not really possible to avoid the discussion of this in COP29. But let me be clear, this is not a taken fact either. The Azerbaijan government has not the complete control over the agenda of COP29. It has to be agreed with the other 198 state parties. So if we want landmines to be on the agenda of COP29, we have to work for it. It's not, let's not take it for granted. And I hope that people in this community, in this conference, who are convinced of these issues, will realize that they need to do something between now and November to ensure that the issue of landmines is an integral part of the COP29 discussions. We have had discussions with the government of Azerbaijan about how to strengthen the theme of climate change, peace and security in the COP agenda for COP29. So some useful work was done in Dubai, where for the first time there was a declaration focusing on this aspect of things, and there was a day dedicated also to peace. Again, this was not something that was unanimous. There was a lot of resistance, and we have to be aware of this resistance because we are here enthusiastically talking about how we're going to talk about landmines in COP29. But this is a space we have to carve ourselves. So I hope that that this community will mobilize also to ensure that between now and November we can strengthen the intellectual arguments of connecting the landmine issues with the climate issues. There are still those who are skeptical and saying that, well, there is not really any connection, this is too far-fetched. So we have to work with the academics, with the universities, with the think tanks, with the NGOs to develop this topic. We don't have a lot of time. It's, you know, it has to be done over a period of 3 or 4 months. I welcome the news that in COP29 there will also be a day of peace. This is hugely important. COP29 should be remembered as the COP of peace. Well, first of all, it's going to happen because of an unprecedented development in the international system, which is the agreement between Armenia and Azerbaijan to actually host, agree for Azerbaijan to host COP29 in Baku in November. This is the biggest confidence-building measure in the region ever. So it's already, this COP is already special, in my view. And it will continue to be special, hopefully in all kinds of positive and best ways. So we look forward to this theme being developed. But I also would like to call on especially our Azerbaijani hosts for COP29 to ensure that mine action should feature prominently in this day of peace with panels and discussions and people from different experiences sharing their views. I have a word of warning. It is important that in the framework of COP, mine action does not become a parochialized Azerbaijani issue. Of course, we're in Azerbaijan, and the topic of landmines in Azerbaijan is important. But it is up to the global mine action community to ensure that the approach is global. Because what we have is a global problem. We have a global setting. The problem is global, and the solutions must be global too. Thank you.
Dear Dennis, thank you very much. We have a tightened schedule, and we have for each panelist 2 questions, but we will combine the 2 questions in one. and His Excellency Minister of Environmental Protection of Ukraine left. Just we will try to start from our dear friend Alessandra Rokosalova. First question, in what ways do mine action programs contribute to the broader humanitarian objectives beyond the removal of landmines? And how can partnership between government agencies, international organizations, and NGOs to strengthen and enhance the effectiveness of mine action programs?
I'm keeping you from lunch, am I not? I would even say that let's not talk about humanitarian demining, let's talk about humanitarian development nexus, where we are basically going into, in Azerbaijan, what we are doing is land release, which means people to come back to work land if this is what they want, to live there, like the chairperson of the King Salman Foundation said, to go to school, to build lives, and to have a right to walk a street without stepping on a mine. So for me, this is not a humanitarian issue. For me, this is a development issue. And then we can go back to my presentation earlier. It's about partnerships, it's about coming together. And like Dennis said now, really, this is a global problem. It's not a local problem of Azerbaijan. So let me say, change, let's work towards it together. I'm leaving it here so the others have a chance to come in.
Gracias, Alessandra. Second question for His Excellency Dr. Abdullah Al-Rabia. How do you see the role of private and academic sector in the demining? Why Saudi Arabia is including the demining as a part of humanitarian action?
Well, thank you, Amel. I think we always talk when we address humanitarian work. We address the private sector. We address research institutes. We address partnership, as Alexandra mentioned. But when it comes to mine action, we shy from that. I think mine action should also, we should engage the private sector. The private sector, not only for the industry, as I mentioned in my presentation, but also they should be contributing. There are very few private sector firms which has contributed to the mine action. They look at, for example, food security, health, you name it, and development, but they do not concentrate on mine action. I think we have to engage them. Universities, I hardly hear any university which has actually launched a research project for improving the outcome of demining. This is very important. And that's why Saudi Arabia has engaged its work, and that's why we are working in multiple countries to help, because we believe it's, as mentioned, it's related to humanity, it's related to development, it's related to the well-being. But Emil, if you allow me, I'm gathering what I have heard, and I'm not sure whether it exists or not. I wrote just a few minutes ago. I'm not sure whether we have a global council or not, but if it doesn't, UNDP is here, the international community is represented, and there can't be better a place than this conference to have in its resolution a recommendation to have a mine action humanitarian global council. This actually will add value to all partners to improve the outcome of this horrible, actually, I would say, pollution, which is man-made. Thank you.
Shukran Jazila, Your Excellency. And question for Senior Tariq Shazli. As Italian Deputy for Mine Action, can you elaborate on Italian's unique system that ensures consistent annual financial and mine action initiatives?
Thank you. In a very brief way, I just want to remind that Italy, every country, all of us here working on mine action, we have the problem of budgeting. So Italy has made a law in 2001 which fixed, created a fund, and this fund every year receives a certain amount of money. And this works brilliantly for us. Nobody takes the money away from demining into other humanitarian actions. So we encourage, and yes, we need as Dr. Abdullah said, we need a fora, we need different fora to discuss how to coordinate our legislation on these things. My recommendation is, if you want to know more about the Italian model, I'm able to share with you, even the Article 1 of our law. This has completely changed the face of mine action in Italy. With that law now, every year we know there's a budget, and then we have to program it together with all our partners, even civil society. And I recommend strongly others who are interested to get in touch with me, and we can discuss how this can help to widen the budget and the international action. Thank you.
Grazie, Signor Tariq Shazli. And last question for Mr. Denis Samit. Mr. Denis Samit proposed the question from auditorium, and I know Mr. Saitaka, our former Chief Technical Advisor, has a question for auditorium. Shortly, if you can do it.
Thank you, Emil. Thanks to the government of Azerbaijan for hosting this excellent event. I just wanted to make some comment, maybe in question also, that, I mean, my first comment is something that is not very useful, is that we have compartmentalized ourselves to humanitarian and development, and that I think that is really creating a barrier. You know, it's very bad in the UN. Other international institutions are quite worse than that. And the governments also, I mean, you're creating these barriers in terms of the labeling, and some countries are overcoming that, but I think it's a challenge. My comment and suggestion is that Dennis mentioned about the new money, and also Tariq mentioned about finite resources, and it's getting less and less. I think one idea is maybe Dr. Rabia could also help me in that, explain. When I was with the Islamic Development Bank as the Vice President, we had a very good example of this Lives in Livelihood initiative, which I will leave to Dr. Rabia maybe at the end of my comment to explain. Basically, to bring the resources of the finite resources of the humanitarian and development sector that currently we have, and combine it with the huge amount of loans by multilateral development banks, and then in a way sweeten that loan to pay or soften the interest or the administrative cost of that loan to the governments. And because it's a development issue, it's a humanitarian issue, it's an environmental issue, so this is where the new money will come. This is one avenue. And if I give just a broad headline of the Lives in Livelihood Fund, with $500 million, which the Saudi Fund and King Salman Humanitarian Center also contributed significantly, there was $2.5 billion of loan money mobilized for certain sectors, and demining could benefit from that example. And the other second avenue is domestic resource mobilization. Which in Muslim countries, you know, we have the zakah, we have sukuk, we have waqf, and this could be applied in non-Muslim countries in terms of the endowments and bonds. So that will generate, for example, if you have a shopping mall in Baku, that the revenue will go to mine action. So it's a sustainable income for mine action, or could be used for other similar initiatives. So those are my few thoughts and comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, do you want to have a question? Please.
Well, I will very briefly make a comment on the business of having sectors into silos that are isolated from each other. I think that this is a very dangerous development, and it does not help the work at all, whether it's mine action or anything else. There is a little trend that one senses. I've just been at the National Directors meeting in Geneva. There is this little trend that the mine action community sometimes feels a little bit like a sect, and we have to avoid this. We need to engage with the wider community at all levels. we need to take our message out to the people because we think that we have won the argument. In my view, the argument is under question again. Both the argument of, do we put more money into this? Is this important enough? Is really banning landmines the best thing to do? So these are questions that are coming back on the agenda, and someone has to answer them. Someone has to be able to engage with these challenges. The mine action community should not become a sect and should work with partners across the board.
Thank you very much. My apologies for keeping you so long.
If you allow me, just I want to comment on your question. Thank you for raising two important subjects. One is the Life and Livelihood Program. Many people don't know about it, but this is actually a fund between many organizations, including KS Relief from Saudi Arabia, and also Abu Dhabi Fund, and also Qatar Fund, and also Gates Foundation Fund, and together with the Islamic Bank. So the funds collected from the countries, as you rightly mentioned, will be also paralleled with sometimes triple, sometimes quadruple, which is a soft loan from the Islamic Bank. Those programs are directed, as you rightly mentioned, mostly to developmental programs. Now, should we consider this in phase 2 of life and livelihood programs? Is demining one of those projects? This is something that maybe should be considered by the executive board. I'll take it to the executive board. I promise you I'll take it because we just actually paid our share in phase 2, which is for 5 years. The second is worth actually pursuing, which is sadaqah and zakat in the Islamic world. I cannot speak for zakat because I am not a religious leader. I cannot also give fatwa, but it's worth also now, it's life-saving. So for me, it is actually one of the avenues of life-saving. But sadaqah, definitely, this is another avenue. The advantage of KS Relief is that we receive dual funding. We receive funding from the government, but also we receive funding from the private sector and the public. And in Gaza, for example, a crisis, we have raised close to $200 million US from the public. So it is an issue. We will discuss it. I can pass it to the concerned parties in our region, but it's worth pursuing at a larger scale. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I think we can complete our panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hasanov. Dear panelists, thanks for sharing your ideas. Resource mobilization is an important issue. When there is a will, there is a possibility. So thanks for sharing your experiences. Possibly this particular panel will create a great impulse for resource mobilization in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our lunch break, long-awaited lunch break. Let me remind you before going to the lunch break that we really need your help in order to make our quality assessment better. So on the QR code on the back of your badges, you can access to the feedback form. We kindly ask you to rate us, rate your experience, so that in the next conferences we can make this experience better for both of us. Thank you. one last minute till the start of the last panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are proceeding to our last panel discussions. Unfortunately, as all the good things has to come to an end, so we are slowly proceeding till the end of our conference, but we still have some great insights to share with you. So, as His Excellency Ambassador Elchin Emirbayev mentioned during his opening remarks, this conference is a precursor for COP29 events, and that being said, the panel discussion that is about to start has some interesting insights for us. I can see promising presentations and documents. A colleague from GICHD will be talking about mine action and climate resilience policy pathways. Spoiler alert, I've seen a part that says that why is climate resilience important for mine action? A very interesting document that we are really eager to hear from. Another colleague from iVoice Communications will be talking about topic related to mine action and environmental sustainability, and there are a lot other documents that we're really looking forward to hearing. So without delay, I want to invite the moderator of this panel, Ms. Lindsay Cottrell, the Conflict and Environment Observatory Policy Officer, with a round of applause, please. And dear panelists, Deputy Head of Unit at the European Commission, DG Neighborhood and Enlargement Negotiation, Mr. Duhot Hubert. CEO at the Mines Advisory Group, Mr. Darren Cormack. Strategic Planning Advisor at the Geneva International Center for Humanitarian, Ms. Crystal Mester, the colleague that I was talking about from GICHD. Mr. Yeshua Moser Puangsuan from Cluster Munition Coalition, and founder and CEO at the iVoice Communications, Ms. Adriana Aristizabal. Good luck.
Sorry about that. I thought I was quiet. I'll start again. So, afternoon, everybody, excellencies and esteemed colleagues, and welcome to this final panel. Even though this conference is drawing to a close, I'm afraid this is my first opportunity to extend my thanks to our hosts and organisers at ANAMA and UNDP and the Azerbaijani government for making this important event possible. And thank you all for attending this last panel session, which I think we can safely refer to as the graveyard shift. Hopefully we can make it as engaging as possible. And I really will encourage you, please, to think about what questions you want to ask, because we want to leave some, even though it's the end of the day, we want to leave a good, hopefully 20 minutes at the end for some discussion and Q&A. So please do think of your questions as we carry on. So I'm from the Conflict and Environment Observatory, an organisation which focuses on both the direct and the indirect consequences of environmental consequences from armed conflicts and military activities. So we really welcome this opportunity to highlight the environmental challenges of dealing with the consequences of conflict and explosive ordnance. So yesterday we saw a demonstration of manual mine clearance. So as you could see, it's very methodical, it's time consuming, but it does actually minimise environmental damage from the actual clearance process itself. It was a really hot day yesterday, and I'm from the UK, so I always think it's brilliant if it's not raining. But we know, and as we've already heard mentioned earlier today, like every element of our lives, mine action is being and will be impacted by climate change. We will get hotter days and we'll get more variable rainfall, and among other things, weather-related impacts. So this also needs to be embedded into our climate adaptation planning in terms, and also sustainability with respect to post-clearance land use. And we're going to obviously touch on that today with our last panel session on green sustainable development. So the example that we saw in Zəngilan and the development following mine clearance is probably a really unique example, which is not seen of a scale of this kind with respect to mine action. And around the globe, many humanitarian mine action programs are working in very remote and sometimes difficult to reach communities. And we know that clearance activities. Is this still working? Oh, sorry. Yeah. It sounded like it'd gone off then. We know clearance activities themselves need to be planned and managed to minimise the environmental impact from clearing vegetation, exposing soils, using mechanical demining equipment, and carrying out disposals. And I would love to see more funding as well to enable the use of alternatives to open burning and open detonation disposals. It's how land is used, obviously, though, that following clearance, which is likely to have the most significant impact. And as it is, and we're going to be talking about that, of course, more so now. And as it is at the end of the day, I thought it'd be nice if we made this a little bit more interactive. So I want to kind of keep the format a little bit more informal than previous panels possibly, encourage a bit of open discussion across the panel. So I'm going to begin with some very quick introductions, and we'll go down the line. And then each panelist is going to have about 5 minutes to kind of put across their kind of key points. Then we'll have a few questions from the panel itself, and we'll have a bit of discussion between us. And then we'll go from panel to panel. And as I said, at the end, please get your questions together, and we'll have a hopefully more of a discussion towards the end. So first of all, I will introduce Hubert Duhaut, who's the Deputy Head of the European Commission's Neighbourhood and Enlargement Negotiations, NEAR, and he's in charge of bilateral cooperation with Azerbaijan, Armenia, and the Eastern Partnership Cooperation. Then we have Darren Cormack, CEO of the Mines Advisory Group, MAG International, which operates on 5 continents and 32 countries. And Darren has been at MAG since 2008. And many of you may not know that before that, he worked in public and private sector, managing a range of environmental, humanitarian, and conservation projects. Then we have Christelle Mistry, is the Strategic Planning Advisor at the Geneva International Centre for Humanitarian Disarmament. And before that, Christelle worked at Interpeace, which is an international peace-building organisation. I'm then going to go to Dr. Yeshua Moser Poussoin. He's here from the 1997 Nobel Peace Co-Laureate International Campaign to Ban Landmines and the Cluster Munition Coalition. Yeshua provides ban policy research for the movement's annual publications on the status of global effects to eradicate landmines, in which he's been involved since its inception in 1995. And then finally, we have Adriana Aristobal, who's the, is that probably pronounced terribly wrong, sorry, is the founder and CEO of iVoice Communications, a global PR agency based in New York City. She's a Colombian-born former war correspondent and has witnessed the very devastating effects of landmines on communities. She's also a member of the board of directors of Roots of Peace. So first of all, I'd like to ask Hubert to kind of kick us off with his first 5 minutes and give us a bit of an insight of what the EU are funding at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay. just hope the microphone is working. Thank you very much, Lindsay. Thank you very much, and a good afternoon to all of you. We are in a slightly cozier setting this afternoon. Very happy to be on this panel. In terms of comparating rain, I'm coming from Brussels, so we can have a separate discussion on the comparative rain with London afterwards. I will keep these introductory remarks fairly short. I'm coming from the European Commission, but I'm not alone. I'm here with 6 colleagues from the EU institution, and that shows the importance of this demining conference and the importance of the topic of demining that we attach in our cooperation with Azerbaijan. So I would like to come this afternoon with 2 ideas that I would like to share with you. First of all, and there I will very much echo the words of our ambassador this morning, there have been many calls during the various panel that first, mine action is a priority in this country, and we have also witnessed it yesterday in Zəngilan. And second, that there is a call for international support and cooperation with international donors. And in this context, I think we are very proud that the European Union, together with its member states, remains the main international donor for mine actions so far in Azerbaijan. And we intend to remain a strong supporter. And this was illustrated also by the launch of what we call the Team Europe initiative early May, where we announced additional support together with our member states. What we call Team Europe initiative is simply, it's the European Union together with its member states coordinating their efforts on with a specific goal. And I think mine action in this country is a shared specific goal. This is at the top of the list, and this has been discussed, including between our president, President of the Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, and President Aliyev, in a phone call in April, and we are here to show also that we are willing to go further in terms of support in coordination with the authorities. So we are not starting from scratch. We have been doing a lot already through various instruments, various services. We have provided already close to 8 million euros in support. So we are speaking about capacity building. We had some discussion with ANAMA, provision of equipment. I think we have seen how meticulous and the ambition of the job that is done on the ground for mine action. We have all witnessed this yesterday on the field. We are also speaking about mine action education to prevent the risk, and also support to the victims of mine. And we had some testimonies on that yesterday. So here we are here for this conference, but also to have side discussion, to open the road for new support. And we very much want this Team Europe initiative to serve as a platform to increase the support from the EU institution, its member states, and the European financial institution. So that was the first idea, but let me now come to the very topic of this panel and the second idea in terms of green transformation and mine action. I think it was mentioned also, demining and mine action is really at the heart of Azerbaijan's socio-economic agenda in the region. This was very clear in Zəngilan, and I think we were all impressed by the speed of the reconstruction there. We very much see mine action as a first phase in a longer-term process, where we are also supporting economic reconversion, green transformation for the affected region. And this was also very interested to discuss the master plan in Zəngilan yesterday, but our Director General was also visiting Azerbaijan recently and visited Agdam as well, so it's a wider ambition. I've been talking a lot about the bilateral agenda with Azerbaijan, but it's also a more regional ambition, and the country is very much positioning itself as a hub. We saw yesterday, we witnessed the signature of a letter of intent with UNDP for the Center of Excellence. That's an idea that we find very interesting. Europe used to be a continent where mine was not an issue anymore almost. And now we have seen with the war in Ukraine that is very much back on the agenda, unfortunately. And so I think this is where exchange of best practices and expertise will be key. And second, of course, Azerbaijan will host COP29 at the end of the year. And this is also a topic where the EU is very much engaged at different levels. So we position the green transformation environment at the heart of our cooperation in general. This is specifically the case in this region under what we call the Eastern Partnership. But once again, we believe that there is opportunities for partnership to use mine action as an opportunity to foster economic transformation, the green agenda, and to unlock investment in the region. And this is where, from the start, the green transformation should be very much in the mind of our collective partnership in this respect. We have developed for the region, for Azerbaijan, including and in particular the economic investment plan. The EU is ready to come with investment, but of course, green transformation is at the heart of that. And I think that there's a lot of potential in this respect, also with the COP29 on the horizon. So I will leave it at that, just to note once again that we see mine action, it's a very tragic consequence of event, but it's also an opportunity to build back better, to use the expression we were using after the pandemic. The European Union and its institutions are ready to team up in this respect. And I'm also looking forward to hearing the panelists and how to do that concretely when you put in place mine action activities. Thank you very much. I hope I was within the 5 minutes or close to.
Thank you, Hubert. You were well over, but never mind. I'll forgive you. I've just got one very quick question, is maybe about thinking about what indicators the EU may think to look at that kind of demonstrates this green transition, and or how mine action is contributing to the green transition.
You want me to come in now?
Yeah, if you just a quick.
No, just I will not enter into the details indicator. Just to say that generally speaking, for whatever assistance we are providing, the carbon footprint is one of the measures we are using, and also for major investment projects. There were some discussion, for instance, on the green port of Baku, to take an example close by. So this is something we have in mind, following the do not harm principle. What I mentioned is also key, is when you are setting up, and this is something we are facing as well, reconstruction program, to have at heart also the indicator related to green transformation, energy efficiency of the housing, sustainable energy, and so on. And we saw that is something that is very much on the agenda. So, and this is something on which we are ready to contribute. Over to you.
Many thanks. Is there anyone on the panel who wants to make a point about any of the things that Hubert raised? No? Right, we'll move on to, let's hear the perspective from an operator then, and over to you, Darren.
Thanks, Lindsay. Distinguished representatives of the government of Azerbaijan and our dear partners, friends and colleagues, thank you for having me. Early last year, I was in Somaliland visiting Mag's work, and I met with a community of people who were living in a temporary shelter on the outskirts of a town called Borama, and these were desperately poor people living in makeshift shelters, and they had been displaced by extreme weather conditions. And this situation presented two issues, and the first is that their journey from where they were displaced to where they had settled, exposed them to unfamiliar terrain and the risk of UXO and landmines that they didn't know about. Secondly, it placed them into a community already under pressure as a result of scarce natural resources, risking increasing tensions in that community. And put simply, coming back to the impact of what we're trying to achieve here, it's trying to avoid making a situation harder for people for whom life is already too hard. And our commitment as an organization in this situation is to understand, account for, and limit as far as possible the impact of our operations on the natural environment. And this is a recognition that our operations globally impact on and are impacted by climate change, ecological decline at both a global and a local level. So change has to start with us. So what are we going to do about this? So I just want to outline 4 things that we're trying to do organizationally. The first is to recognize and understand that impact that we're having, and primarily that is through the emission of greenhouse gases. MAG, in the release of our new strategy, which we've just published, commits us as an organization to, by 2025, calculating our global impact on climate and the natural environment by setting targets to reduce our global footprint by 45% by 2030. So getting a baseline by 2025, reducing that target by 45% by 2030, and then to be net zero by 2050 in line with the Paris Agreement. Second, we need to properly understand, and this is where conversations like this are so vital. This is why we must work in partnership with others to better understand this intersection between climate change. With our program, how do these factors interwork with one another? Because they are context specific, and a deep understanding of context is so vital. That involves research, and we recognize the contribution of Geneva Centre, some important research that they'll brief on now. We can't assume these links are there. We can't assume we know how these links play out in a given context. That deep understanding of context is vital. And when we understand that links, is as we're doing today, is that we advocate for the needs of communities who are impacted in this way. We advocate that we make change as organizations in respect to that. Thirdly, in respect to this pressure, is that we must encourage innovation, at an operational level that will allow us to adapt program design to respond to these challenges and to respond in environmentally sensitive ways. And there are a range of ways we can do this, through impact assessments that, help shape the design of programs, through partnerships, cross-sector collaboration where we can leverage the insights, the experience, the resources of people who have gone before us, people who know more about the work than we do. We've got to continue to adopt those climate-sensitive approaches, in procurement, in supply chain, and decarbonize those chains. And I think a really important part of innovation is it's not always shiny objects. It's often about process. The land release process is really key. We will have the least impact in what we do by using machines and people as little as we need to. So really developing that commitment to land release process wherever, and supporting national mine action authorities in the journey of understanding the efficiencies that can be gained through land release. And then fourthly, it's about fostering that culture change. In many respects, we're trying to shift the mentality of people who have only been brought into a sector, brought up in a sector to do one thing, maybe, clear landmines, not always thinking that second and third dimension about how do I think about these issues, how do I think about the environment, how does this interplay, how do other cross-cutting issues that we continue to ask the sector to do, how do those things, so how do we shift that culture within the organization? So, that's one of the reasons we've put that signpost out there of those commitments against the Paris Declaration, not because we know how to get there, but it shows an intention to shift culture. Creating champions within an organization who will agitate for this. Now, thankfully, this kind of new generation of X, Y, Z, whatever it is, they do it for us, but there are plenty of people who aren't of that bracket who we need to kind of shift culture with. And continuing to use events like this to stimulate these discussions and share ideas. And it raises lots of questions, I'm sure we'll discuss, about how to do this with limited resources, limited overhead. How to do this when we've got immediate pressures in contexts like Ukraine and Gaza, where needs are right here from a human security dimension. But these are things that we have to adopt without becoming tokenistic in our response. But change is possible, and last month I was in Vietnam, and Vietnam is one of the countries most vulnerable to climate change. And we work along a coastal area where there was intense bombing during the Vietnam War. As a result of our intervention, farmers had gone from only being able to plant one type of crop, harvest that periodically, to being able to plant several types of crops. And that gave them some stability. If they are going to face shocks as a result of shifting climate and extreme weather events, they might have better means to adapt to those shocks as a result of land cleared through mine and UXO clearance. So the challenge is significant, but change can happen, and that change needs to happen for communities for whom life is already hard enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Darren. I very much agree with your point about environmental champions and the need for behavioural change, but also very much agree on your point that I think you're pushing on an open door, especially with the young generation.
It's because you're our champion, so...
That's true, that's true. One quick question from me is about thinking about kind of lessons and challenges, probably particularly from funding models that may be a challenge to actually integrating this policy into practice. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, it is a challenge. Look, MAG's one of the largest, if you like, mine action organizations in the world, but the entire organization is run on an 8.9% overhead. There aren't many organizations that can run themselves on an 8.9% overhead average and add into that overhead commitments to best practice around safeguarding, EDI, security, health and safety, environment, paying people who aren't directly associated with the project. That 8.9% can only go so far, and I think therefore we need to think about harnessing alternative types of finance as you know, reference private sector engagement. But you know, as we engage in partnership with donors, it's about, you know, if this is a real priority, we have to make it a priority in terms of the activities that are paid for in order to complement, you know, mine action. And that's the same for how national mine action authorities are resourced. We can't sit here saying do this. National mine action authorities, you know, implement best practice overnight without the means of supporting a national mine action authority on that journey. That's just a top-down direction rather than partnership.
Thank you, Darren. We're on time, and I'm going to move over to Christelle. So Christelle has been working on the, you've heard about this before, the GICHD climate study, and hopefully we're getting a little bit more insight into the findings and steps forward, hopefully. Thank you, Christelle.
Thank you, Lindsay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to be here today. Thank you, ANAMA and UNDP for organizing this important event. We're very proud as GICHD also to have a long-standing partnership with ANAMA. So thank you all for being here. I will start actually with a note of optimism. The mine action sector can reduce explosive risks while promoting climate resilient and environmentally responsible land use. There are many opportunities to do so. Many international legal and policy frameworks exist, which ensure that environment and/or climate change are considered in the different stages of armed conflict. I have listed a few actually in the slide behind me. It is the responsibility of the states to implement the actions and principles laid out in these conventions and other policy frameworks. This extends to the states parties to the UNFCCC, who will gather in Baku later this year. Their climate-related responsibilities and commitments should also be reflected in mine action. And this applies both to explosive ordnance affected countries and donor countries. Looking ahead, the upcoming CMRIP Anchor Action Plan of the Anti-Personnel Mine Convention to be adopted in Cambodia later this year in November represents a significant opportunity for the sector. The new action plan is actually a unique chance to reflect environmental and climate change commitments in mine action, also for the first time in the Man-Made Treaty. But how to turn these international commitments into concrete actions at the national level? Last year, the GICHD published a study on mine action and the resilience of communities to climate change. I had the pleasure to lead this study, and I would also like to thank many of you here present today who actually contributed to that study. Some of the findings can actually answer this question. First of all, national mine action authorities and many national mine action directors and members are here today. They should actually coordinate and collaborate with environmental and climate change agencies at the national level. It is crucial to include environment and climate change in national mine action strategies. it's actually also part of it's my main job to actually work on national mine action strategies. So I really call for everyone here who develop new national mine action strategies to concretely include environment and climate change. This ensures that aspects are factored into the strategic planning process, including the monitoring of the strategy. Policymakers at the national level should also integrate mine action to climate adaptation plans and disaster risk reduction plans. The study, so you can find the link actually to the study on the QR code, also looks at issues of climate literacy. So what is actually climate change? How does that affect mine action? Climate data accessibility. We know the importance of information management. It was repeated quite a few times today. And climate risk assessments, which is also part of the revised IMAS 713 on environment and climate change. The study also underlines the importance of incorporating climate resilience aspect into priority setting for mine action, standards, so national mine action standards, and standard operating procedures, SOPs. The study presents concrete examples of how mine action already contributes to community-based climate resilience, drawing from 8 case studies. We don't have the time to go over them now, but I invite you to have a look in the report. And it also offers recommendations on improving monitoring and reporting on climate resilience in mine action. There are increasing resources available to help translate policy into practice. The website of the AIMA working group, which you can see on the screen, so AIMA stands for Environmental Issues of Mine Action, chaired by Lindsay, offers a comprehensive list of resources for the mine action sector. I also invite you to consult it. However, these opportunities come at a cost. Governments and international donors must recognize mine action as an investment in climate resilience. This sector must prioritize impact over outputs, which may involve adapting approaches, as was just mentioned by Darren, and operations to minimize the environmental consequences of survey and clearance and investing in sustainable practices. Most importantly, we must listen to the communities affected by explosive ordnance who understand their environment and the impacts of climate change better than anyone. To summarize, policy frameworks are essential tools, and the mine action sector has many opportunities to do the right job and to do it right. And the GICHD is fully committed to continuing to support the sector along this path. Thank you.
Thanks, Christelle. One of your last points you mentioned about listening to communities.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah, so critical, isn't it? Community-led climate action adaptation is so key to understand what their needs are, because there are, especially with a lot of these communities and these regions of the world, the actual climate risk projection data is very, very weak. So it's people in communities there already experience it, and you need to be able to understand what they're already, what they're already at risk of. Yeah. Thank you. But I think I know the obvious answer to this anyway. But so you mentioned about resource opportunities are there at a cost, but of course, what are the implications if they're not available?
Well, I think I already, as underlined by Darren, the mine action sector is already underfunded. And there's also general fear that environmental and climate change projects related to mine action might divert some of the funding from other mine action authority activities. I think that there's a responsibility of the states, and including donors, to actually do something about this. I also would like to highlight that GFFO has published very recently, so GFFO, the German Federal Foreign Office, a new mine action strategy, which includes elements related to environment and climate change. And EU states have joined the European Humanitarian Aid Donors Declaration on Climate and Environment. So there are responsibilities out there, just as a line. I mean, practically, there are ways actually to prioritize the areas that are more prone to climate change. Again, looking at priority setting, identifying those needs, and also facilitating community resilience, which really is a basic first step to make sure that those are less impacted by climate change.
And then just a last one from me, unless anyone else on the panel wants to ask the question. How well prepared do you think climate mine action is already?
Well, it's a good question. I think just the fact that we're gathering here today over the 2 days is a good testament that it's an increasingly important topic for the sector. We all know that the IMAS 713 on environment is being reviewed to be released anytime soon, and including climate change considerations. So both the normative framework, which I referred to earlier, as well as all the different operational tools are increasingly available for the sector. I think perhaps some of the gaps relate to what I mentioned before in terms of climate literacy. I mean, the mine action sector obviously focuses on mine action, and I heard during the consultations that we did last year for the study that mine action specialists are not climate change specialists, nor environmental ones. So it's really how to bridge the two in terms of the knowledge, training. So I think that there's something to be done there. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Now we're just going to skip the order slightly. So yeah, Adriana, you're next. And Adriana's going to tell us more about kind of communications, campaigning and awareness. And I'm really looking forward to learning a bit more about AI.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Lindsay. Well, thank you so much, Lindsay, for the introduction. And also thank you so much to the organizers of this event. This is the second year in a row that I'm participating in a panel in Azerbaijan. Well, we have been hearing through the whole conference over and over and over about from all the leaders and the people that is leading all these amazing organizations about the concerns of lack of funding, how is a lack of funding, sometimes a lack of partners, and a lack of many things to be able to accomplish the projects and all the initiatives that you have in your organizations. And I'm here today because I want just to create a little awareness about how important is the communications and the PR and the process to create and to attract and cultivate communities in order to support your projects and in order to attract funding. And in that field, AI, the artificial intelligence, have a lot of role right now. I know there is a lot of concerns, so many things, there are so many voices talking about how AI is replacing so many roles, but the important thing for us is to get prepared and also to build the skills that we need to move forward. So why AI power PR is important? Because through these tools, you're going to be able to identify communities. You are going to be able to understand the sentiments of the people that you are serving. You are going to be able to tailor narratives or create new narratives that are going to help you in order to attract those funds or to attract the people and the communities that you need. AI power PR is going to help you to reach awareness, mobilize support, and influence policy decisions. That is super key. The other thing is AI help you to give voice to the voiceless. There are several communities. I just heard from my colleagues in this panel and the experiences that they have in several countries, underdeveloping countries, how important it is to give voice to the voiceless and amplifying the devastating effects of landmines through human stories. That is the key. It's very important. For example, yesterday we heard the story of Taman Hafareva. She was here opening this important conference and telling the devastating story in her life about what happened when she was a child. That story is very important because through human stories, we can mobilize communities. We can identify resources. Through human stories, we can find partners, allies, and funding, and we can identify where our programs should be implemented. We are talking about grassroots advocacy. So it's important to remind what is that? What is grassroots advocacy means? This is about mobilizing people at community level to drive change. That is what that means. And the other thing is, to achieve that, we need to build trust in those communities. We need to foster collaboration. We need to provide the tools to these people so they're going to be able to have efficient advocacy. And remember that to build trust, we need to start with transparent communication. That is very important. And in that point, the use of chatbots is very important because with chatbots, we can have a real-time feedback from the communities that we are serving. Chatbots can help us a lot. After we launch a campaign, we can learn about the sentiment of the people, and we can know exactly if our campaign is serving the purpose that we have. To mobilize communities, very important to use the digital storytelling and AI. But you could be asking, like, how are we going to do that? Well, that is going to help us to identify communities in need. And for that one, we can use data from various sources, like, for example, social media and news reports. Very simple. Everybody knows about social media. Everybody knows about news reports. But it's important for us to have the conscience about how we are going to use that data and with the purpose to support the projects and the organizations that you are leading. You can use algorithms to analyze keywords and locations to identify the communities that you most have to serve. Other thing is that we need to understand the sentiments of the community. You can use sentiment analysis tools to analyze social media posts and news reports, so we can learn about what is the community needs and what is the messages that we need to tailor for them to follow or to get the support that you have for them. And other thing that is very important, many of our institutions have communications departments, PR departments, etc. Sometimes, because we are in the rush to do the job, you are in the field, you are saving lives, you have so many responsibilities, assigning huge budgets, etc. And the communication sometimes is a department that maybe you don't put too much attention, but it happened that is very important because that department is the one in charge for you to spread the word about the job that you are doing, about the results that you have. It's important to review the narratives that we have from our institutions. I know we have been hearing many stories about the number of people that die for this terrible nightmare of the landmines. But also it's important, as I was talking yesterday with a colleague from the UN, that he implemented, for example, he switched the narrative in order to give the positive news. Every time that is implementing a program, instead to talk about the number of deaths, we can talk about the numbers of lives that you are saving, how many resources you are saving, how many millions of dollars are being saved because one of the actions for you avoiding one landmine to explode. So talking about tailoring global messages, it's very important to use new technology of AI, for example, OpenAI, like a ChatGPT, Gemini, Copilot. They can help you to craft personalized stories, analyzing what type of content resonate with different audiences. We need to identify which audience we want to talk, because one thing is for you to talk to the general public, but the other thing is for you to talk to the policymakers, which is the message that you want them to hear from you in order for them to tailor new policies that are going to benefit the job that you are doing. Talking about amplifying the voice of the underprivileged communities, it's important when we talk about community engagement, we are talking about empowering local voices. That is the cornerstone of effective mind action policies. And to engage those communities, you can use power tools, like I mentioned at the beginning, chatbots, for example, and automated messaging platforms, as I said, to encourage real-time interactions. As example of the work that we are doing with Roots of Peace, we engage with local leaders and community members to ensure that our strategies and our messages are culturally sensitive. Other point that is important to mention is about the audience segmentation. So you can increase the engagement and support if you make an effort to segmentate the audience that you are targeting. And for do that, you can use AI algorithm to analyze large data sets and segment our audience based on demographics, behavior, and interest. Because remember, not everybody is interested in the same information, so you need to know exactly which kind of segment you can target through the message that you are tailoring using these tools. And obviously content creation, and here important the compelling narratives and visual content. And for that one, we can use tools like natural language processing and image recognition. And we can't forget about distribution and amplification. And here, the AI can track the performance of our advocacy campaigns in real time, providing insights into which messages work for our targets and which information not. The other thing is we need to monitor and evaluate in real time, and AI can help us to track those messages in real time, knowing and allowing them to know the key metrics include engagement rates and the number of shares. That can help us to refine our approach for maximum impact. And you can employ also AI-driven analytics. It's very important to track because as soon as you launch a campaign, many things can happen. People can like your message or people cannot like your message. But if you have a system to track those engagements, you are going to know what people is doing with your information, and you can know if you are in the right track. For example, with Roots of Peace, AI-driven strategies have helped us to attract new allies, collaborators, and partners. AI have helped us also to double our engagement rate by targeting specific demographics with personalized messaging. In conclusion, AI in advocacy is promising with emerging technologies like predictive analytics and machine learning, but also AI have its limitations. You know, AI is a tool, but it's not a solution. So it's important to include, AI has a huge need for quality data and human oversight. So that is very important for you in order to implement these tools, these new strategies to oversight that thing. And very important about the data privacy concern. So we prioritize data privacy, but adhering the strict data protection regulations and ensuring that our tools are compliant. And I would like to finalize with a call to action. And it's like I would like to encourage this audience, even though knowing that most of the people in this room is doing something for in mind action and trying to do this work better. But advocacy is very important. So I want to invite you to use your voices to raise awareness and to share stories, to engage with policymakers. You can fund I would consider supporting organizations like Roots of Peace, for example, through donations and partnerships. That, by the way, the CEO, founder of Roots of Peace, Heidi Kuhn, was nominated to the Nobel Peace Prize this year. So I'm so excited to make this announcement publicly today. And if you are in the technology development, if you are in the tech sector, think about how your innovations can help to mitigate the impact of landmines.
Thank you very much, Heidi. A great insight into the world of AI, communications, awareness raising. I think that's another goal. I think you made a really important point, obviously, about turning around negative narratives into positive narratives. And I think when you talk about kind of the environmental benefits that can be had from mine action, that's kind of like could be a really important message with respect to post-clearance land use.
Yes, well, very important to change your narratives. And also, because I always think about coming from a country from Colombia, where I was a war correspondent, I used to cover the drug war from the front lines. So my job was always to give to the community, through the newscast, always bad news. I mean, like everything, landmines, displaced people, people dying, combats between the guerrillas and the army, between paramilitaries and army, etc., etc. That now that I can see this one from a distance, after so many years that I'm not doing that job, I believe that it's very important to switch the narratives and stop to being a victim, and using the power of the technologies that we have right now to encourage help. How we can do that? When we have the help of, for example, AI to shape the narratives that we have, we can encourage the community, we can encourage organizations, we can encourage governments to support us. But it's very important to use the human stories to get to the core of the issues, because we can get lost, you know, in the amount of data and the amount of information that we are leading with every day. So human stories can help the decision makers to see the purpose of the programs and the purpose of the initiatives that we have. And I believe that one can help us to have a better interaction, not just only with the communities, but with the people that is taking the decisions.
Yeah, positive stories, but also obviously the message of the devastating impacts that landmines have on communities and people as well. Yeah. Thank you very much, Adriana. And our final panelist, Yeshua, I would like you to tell us all about, obviously, the huge importance of advocacy, please. If you may.
Well, thank you, Adriana, for setting this up, because storytelling is at the heart of advocacy. And if you want to bring about powerful change, use powerful stories. Lindsay, a moment ago, you said Darren was pushing on an open door. One of the things we do is we push open doors. And if you listen carefully to what I'm going to say, you might actually see it in action. Advocacy is one of the 5 pillars of mine action, but this advocacy has a specific meaning. It means convincing governments to ban anti-personnel mines. Who's going to convince the governments? Primarily civil society. The ICBL is the civil society campaign that believes that ordinary people can do extraordinary things, because we have the right and responsibility to demand and work for the world we want to see. It was civil society that began to seriously deal with the root of the problem of anti-personnel landmines. To eliminate the problem, it was going to be necessary to eliminate the weapon. And in the beginning, that wasn't easy. Now, all of you will see by the color of my hair, I've been around too long. And I remember back in the early 1990s, I was at a meeting with government representatives and military experts And they assured me, your proposal to ban anti-personnel landmines will go nowhere. It was just too common of a weapon, and it was perceived as indispensable by most militaries in the world. However, civil society are experts at making the impossible possible. Children's group, development organizations, refugee organizations, medical and humanitarian relief groups all had to make huge adjustments to their programs because they were dealing with the landmine crisis and its impact on the people they were trying to help. These organizations became the steering committee of what we call the International Campaign to Ban Landmines. And we publicly called for an end to the production, trade, stockpiling, and use of anti-personnel mines. We pressed governments to increase resources for the assistance to victims and to do mine clearance from a humanitarian perspective. It was in this period that the first NGOs doing humanitarian demining were born. The mine ban movement gave birth to the concept of humanitarian demining, now a highly developed field with international standards. Over time, the International Campaign to Ban Landmine developed personal relationships with a number of governments, mostly small and medium powers, many of whom were struggling themselves with the effect of landmines on their own countries. In 1996, the International Campaign to Ban Landmines facilitated meetings with a number of these governments. And in October, the Canadian Foreign Minister issued a challenge. Negotiate a treaty outside of the United Nations that bans the anti-personnel landmine in 1 year. At first, other governments are pretty resistant to that. But 14 months later, only 2 months over that year, all of them came together and signed a treaty banning anti-personnel mines. Not all of them, 120, but better than half. That's not bad. It proved that civil society and governments do not have to see themselves as adversaries. It demonstrates that small and medium powers, when they work together with civil society, can address humanitarian concerns with uncommon speed and effectiveness. It was this activity that earned us the Nobel Prize. It wasn't awarded to us, we earned it. 80% of the world's governments have joined the Ottawa Convention banning anti-personnel mines, and the UN Secretary General has acknowledged it now as a near universal convention. This coalition of governments and civil society believe it's unacceptable to use anti-personnel landmines anywhere, under any circumstances. There have been a few holdout states. Azerbaijan is one of them. What keeps Azerbaijan out of this global consensus that landmines belong in the scrap bin of history? The Ottawa Convention calls for solidarity amongst states in the form of international cooperation and assistance in mine action. Unlike many other post-conflict countries, Azerbaijan was not in a financial ruin at the end of the war. It can not only mobilize its mine action program from national capacities, outside maybe some technical assistance, it's in the fortunate position to offer assistance to other states. And we've noted that that's already happening. Azerbaijan has provided a domestically made remote mine clearance machine to the Ukraine. We applaud that. And we would encourage Azerbaijan to do more of that in the way of bilateral assistance or providing funds to the International Trust Fund on Humanitarian Demining. We all know this, but it bears repeating. Landmines are different from other conventional weapons because once deployed, they remain and kill for generations, quite literally. Landmines will sit and wait for their victims for years and years and years, making it possible for a man, it's almost always a man, to lay a landmine to kill and maim his own children, grandchildren, or great-grandchildren. Unfortunately, the Azerbaijani people already know this. In 2005, at the 6th meeting of states parties to the Mine Ban Treaty, the International Campaign visited the Croatian Mine Action Center. The 6th meeting of states parties was held in Croatia. And The director told us about efforts to get information about where mines had been laid in a forested area that was targeted for mine clearance. There were no maps of the mined areas and no records. So people from the Mine Action Center asked villagers living near the forest who might have been involved in the fighting during the war to come forward with information about where mines had been laid to help speed up the clearance process. No one responded to the call. Not long after that, a young man in the community went into the forest to collect firewood. He stepped on a mine and lost both his legs. About a week after that incident, a man showed up at the Mine Action Center's office and asked to speak to the director. The man said, "Remember that young man who stepped on a landmine last week and lost his legs? Well, he was my son." After the accident, I went to where he had been wounded, and I realized that the mine he had stepped on had been laid by my own men when I was a fighter. And if I had come forward when you had asked, my son might have still had his legs. The man then proceeded to provide as much information as he could. I think this story is instructive here. In January of 1992, I was here in Shusha, in Agdam, in Medyabeli, during the events that led to the anti-personnel landmines contaminating this area. Azerbaijan and Armenia and many other places in the Soviet Union were establishing a new existence. Old grievances, which had been in suspended animation during the Soviet period, surfaced. As the Soviet army began to dissolve, the Armenian and Azeri settlements of this area bought the weapons from those soldiers as they were uncertain what the others were doing. I was an international observer with a delegation from the Inter-Republic Society Memorial. Our mission was to attempt to encourage discussion between the communities and prevent violence, but we were too late. It was very difficult for us to get out of the Azeri settlements because already the Azeri citizens were ringing their settlements with landmines, and the Armenians were doing the same thing. This was all done irregularly. There are no maps. We know the end of that story, but history is still being written. Sustainable mine action should not be perpetual mine action. Will the peace be sustainable after mine action? Will both communities be able to resettle cleared land and move forward harmoniously? Mine action should be sustained until the last mine is gone to help build a sustainable peace. Thank you.
Thank you so much for such a powerful account. I've just kind of got a couple of questions really as well, which kind of feel quite insignificant after that. I just wanted to think, you know, obviously all the human cost of human lives. How respective do you think mine action affected communities will be to mine action talking about addressing environmental issues? And do you think there's a risk that that dilutes the overall primary goals of mine action?
Oh, what a technical question. Well, at a principled level, there is no difficulty. What is humanitarian mine action about? It's about fostering human well-being. What fosters human well-being? A healthy environment? There is no difficulty here. The difficulties will be in the same place my co-panelists said. There is a limited amount of resources in the world, especially financial ones, that unfortunately weighs on too many decisions. But at a principled level, I see no conflict.
And then a final question, which I'm probably going to ask every panelist to have a thought on, is starting with yourself, Yesra. What would you like to see as an outcome from this forum?
There will be a statement issued. I think it's the next section of this. You've probably already seen it. Your little tag's got the QR code that's got the statement on the back of it. It's got a lot of very good action items in it, and all of you are endorsing this statement by your presence here. There are a number of documents that are talked about in that, and I was very surprised. We, the International Campaign to Ban Landmines, were surprised that there was zero mention of the 1997 Mine Ban Treaty as something to be encouraged. And this was mentioned in the Baku Declaration of last year. I've encouraged the organizers to insert such a statement within this in the preamble. I think that this, it is the primary document which addresses the elimination of landmines from the surface of the planet. It certainly should be there.
Thank you. Would any other one on the panel like to make a comment about their wishes for the outcomes from the forum? Adriana?
Yeah. Thank you. So I hope that the conference is a source of inspiration for everyone in the room, both the mine action actors, to really, I hope you have ideas now on how to implement some of the actions at the national level, specifically thinking about national mine action authorities present in the room, but also other sectors. I think it's quite a diverse audience that we have, so people who are not necessarily from mine action, how to build partnerships and actually collaborate more with mine action.
Is that Darren? Yeah?
Yeah, I think just people go away and, as we deliver our responsibilities next week, you're thinking, how is what I'm doing contributing to that impact on the environment, and how can I mitigate that impact by potentially doing something differently?
Well, from this forum, I would like to that everybody from this room go and think about it, those unknown stories of those communities that you are serving, and bring those stories up. Bring those stories to the public acknowledgement, because those stories are the ones that are going to help you to create new narratives around the programs that you have. And that is going to attract collaborators, is going to attract donators, is going to attract new partners, and is going to help you to be more successful in the programs that you are leading right now.
Thank you very much. Now we have about 10 minutes left, not the 20 that I'd hoped for. Would anyone from the floor like to ask a question? Surely there's a question. I know it's the end of the day, but at least one question. Oh, hooray, yes, over there, thank you. Microphone to you.
Thank you very much, all the panelists. Very interesting, very comprehensive. I want to ask a direct question to Darren from MAC. What about Somalia program? I heard that you recently closed the program, so that's more in person, certain country in Somalia. What is your program currently in Somalia? Thank you.
I must admit, I struggled to hear the question over the volume of it. The future of our Somali program, is that the question, yeah? Sorry.
Sorry if I clearly say the program, your program in Somalia. I heard that you closed it. I got an email from your colleagues. So how about, what is the reason behind that, the closing program in Somalia? That's direct question to you. Thank you.
We have no money. Unfortunately, it's another one of those contexts, sadly. And I was in Somalia, as I said, I I think last year or the end of the year before, and it's a context where there is desperate need, as you know, and we've been advocating for needs, but there is stretch in the humanitarian system, and you know the single contract we have ends at the end of this term, and you know that leaves us in a position without any means to continue that program, unfortunately. But happy to discuss that with you, obviously, as well.
Thank you. Are there any more questions? I don't see any. Oh, thank you. Next question.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. جوادي محمد رئيس الجمعية الوطنية لضحايا الألغام من الجزائر. أولا أهني الشعب الأفغاني الشعب على هذا اللقاء. ثانيا أنا من أحد ضحايا الألغام الذي أصبت في 1959 وكان في عمر 14 سنة. تذوقت الأبرين سنتين لم أمشي فوق الأرض، لكن الإرادة المخلصة والصادقة من أجل وطني وواصلت العمل. ثانيا فيما يخص الضحايا، صفتي رئيس جمعية وأتابع الضحايا في مقر إقامتهم وفي المستشفيات وأتألم لآلامهم، لكن ما بعد الصدمة؟ ما هي المخلفات تاع الصدمة؟ لأن أجسادهم ما زالت إلى يومنا هذا مزروعة بالشظايا تاع الألغام. ثانيا ما هي التوصيات للضحايا الذين هم يتنقلون من ولاية إلى ولاية أو من بلد إلى بلد ويوجد صعوبات من ناحية التنقل؟ حالي بالأمس كنت جاي من الجزائر، وجدت الضحايا أو المعوقين في حالة يرثى لها من ناحية النقل أو التكفل. لهذه الأسباب ماذا بيا تعطوا فكرة على الحالة هذه، وشكرا والسلام عليكم.
Thank you very much, but I'm so sorry we don't have translation up here. Okay. In the meantime, is there any further points or questions that would like to be raised from the floor?
I'm sorry for misunderstanding. If I can kindly ask dear gentlemen to maybe approach to one of the panelists as soon as we finish with the translator, and we can do so we can address your question, because at the time they were asking the question, the translation from Arabic to English, it was missing at that point. So if it's okay with you, as soon as the panel finishes, we can approach to the gentleman with the translator and trying to fix the problem, if it's okay for you.
Yeah, thank you. That's a very sensible way forward to deal with it. So to close, I'm just going to like to thank, obviously, all the panelists. Thank you so much. And I would like to echo the points that you all made about the wishful conclusions and outcomes for this forum with respect to increasing awareness, the Mine Ban Treaty, and environmental environmental issues being addressed better with regards to the mine action sector, so we can all work for a healthier and safer environment for all. And on that point as well, if anyone is interested in joining our regular working group meetings on the environment, we meet regularly, so please come and see me afterwards and I can tell you a little bit more about that as well. So just to conclude, thank you very much everybody and for staying with us to the bitter end. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cottrell. I would say you had the hardest job because you concluded with the last panel discussion for today. Dear panelists, thanks for your active contribution to today's discussions. Ladies and gentlemen, I kindly want to remind you again that I know some of you, or probably most of you, have been handed out the feedback forms. They are really, really important for us because we want to make sure that on our next conference, some details get even better for you, for both parties, for the organizers and the participants. So I kindly ask you to fill them up. Now we have a short coffee break for 15 minutes. And we all know that we had a lunch only 1 hour ago. So for this time, no excuses, please. Let's meet here in 15 minutes and proceed with the closing part of the conference. Thank you very much. See you in 15 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We have approached to the very essence of our 2 days conference. We're gonna hear the statement of the conference by a person that I believe I've seen on this stage more than anyone else, probably, for the last 2 conferences. Please welcome Global Mine Action and Development Advisor at the United Nations Development Program, Mr. Steiner Essen. Mr. Essen, I know the stage loves you, you love the stage, so please give a big round of applause. Let's hear the statement on the conference by Mr. Steiner Essen.
Thank you all for giving me the honor of reading the conference statement. And I'm glad to see so many are still with us. I can see that the energy is leaving the room, but please bear with me for a few more minutes. We, the participants of the 3rd International Conference on Mine Action, held on 30th to 31st May 2024 in Zəngilan and Baku, Azerbaijan, have convened and deliberated on mitigating environmental impact of landmines and resource mobilization for safe and green future. In this regard, we, expressing deep concern with the devastating and indiscriminate impact of landmines and explosive remnants of war that continue to kill, maim, and traumatize civilians, including children, women, and other non-combatants. Acknowledging that landmine contamination exerts an impact on the environment, make it critical to prevent and mitigate possible adverse impacts of landmine contamination through appropriate environmental responsible measures. Recognizing that climate change adversely affects efforts to mitigate explosive ordnance threats, sharing the principles and value of the existing international legal instrument that regulates or bans the use of landmines, cluster munition, and other ERW, while encouraging all to take steps towards formal adherence to these instruments, including the Convention on the Prohibition of the Use, Stockpiling, Production, and Transfer of Anti-Personnel Mines and on their destruction, and the Convention on Cluster Munition. Recalling the resolution number 2365 of 30th June 2017 of the UN Secretary Council and all its previous resolution on mine action. Recalling also the resolution number 78/70 of 7 December 2023 of the UN General Assembly and all its previous resolution on assistance in mine action. Welcoming the UNESCO resolution titled Impact of Landmines on Cultural Property, adopted at the 15th meeting of the right of the high contracting parties of the 1954 Hague Convention for the Protection of Cultural Property in the event of armed conflicts. Taking note of the UN Secretary General's report titled Assistance in Mine Action number 8/78/259, issued on the 31st July 2023, in which the exacerbating nexus between landmine contamination and the climate change was recognized. Taking note of the United Nations Mine Action Strategy and the United Nations Policy on Victim Assistance in Mine Action. Taking note of the International Mine Action Standards, IMAS 713, Environmental Management in Mine Action. Commending the previous international conferences on mine action held in Azerbaijan in 2022 and 2023 and their outcome documents. Expressing concern over the serious and lasting social and economic consequences of landmines and explosive remnants of war on the civilian population. Stressing that mine action continues to be a valuable confidence-building measure in peace-building processes. Call for the integration of environmental aspects of humanitarian demining into mine action efforts. Invite all states and other stakeholders in a position to do so to support mine action in all its pillars, most notably in mine victim assistance, demining and risk education by allocating adequate and appropriate resources, including technical, financial, and material assistance, training, and by promoting research and development on mine action techniques and technologies. Stress the urgent need for comprehensive measures to prevent further casualties from landmines and explosive remnants of war, and provide robust support for mine victims, including medical care, rehabilitation, and reintegration into society, and urge states and relevant organizations to allocate resources and expertise to these efforts. Call on United Nations Climate Conference to recognize and address the environmental impact of landmines and explosive remnants of war by including mine action in discussions and policies on climate change mitigation, adaptation, and resilience, ensuring the integration of mine clearance and sustainable use following land release in national and international environmental strategies, and allocating resources for that area. Emphasize the importance of mainstreaming mine action into Agenda 2030 processes, and recommend consideration of this issue at the Summit of the Future, to be held later this year. Call on states and relevant stakeholders to enhance cooperation through the sharing of knowledge, experiences, and technology. In this regard, we welcome the statement of intent signed between the Republic of Azerbaijan and the United Nations Development Programme to establish a Center of Excellence on mine action training. Call upon member states of the UN to comply with their respective international obligations related to mine action, including those related to exchange of information on the location of landmines. Call for the continuation of the efforts of states and relevant organizations to support the establishment and development of national mine action capacities in countries in which mines and ERW constitutes a serious threat to the civilian population and an impediment to environment, food security, and broader social and economic development. Call on affected states and relevant UN nations, agencies, and regional organizations and institutions and NGOs involved in mine action to proactively mainstream the environmental aspect of mine action, to mobilize efforts and solutions to mitigate adverse impact of landmine contamination and clearance, and encourage the sustainable and environmentally responsible land use following clearance. Express gratitude to the government of the Republic of Azerbaijan for the generous support and excellent hospitality in conduct of this conference. We also express our solidarity with Azerbaijan as well as with all mine-affected countries in addressing their immense mine problem, and call for the international community to support Azerbaijan's humanitarian mine action efforts. Extend our wishes for success to Azerbaijan in its presidency of the 2024 UN Climate Change COP29. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Essen. And now for the closing remarks, let me invite to the stage the Deputy Head of the Department of Foreign Policy Affairs of the Administration of the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, Mr. Nusrat Süleymanov. With a round of applause.
Thank you. I will be very brief. Excellencies, distinguished participants, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, time flies like an arrow. It seems only a couple of hours ago we were together attending the opening of our conference in Zəngilan. Now it's time to say goodbye. It has been the third international conference on demining organized in Azerbaijan. Having gained and still gaining experience in humanitarian demining, my country is eager to share it with others facing similar challenges. This knowledge and skills come at a price. I'm sure you all know about the deadly toll claimed by landmines and UXOs. Landmines and UXOs kill people every single day, regardless of their nationality. We call them seeds of death for a reason. They are killing human beings. They are also killing our planet. This is a major threat to our water, air, and soil, but also to our souls. With a number of conflicts raging around the globe, now is the time to unite and confront too many ugly facets of war. Landmines and UXOs are amongst the most insidious of them. Of all the people in the world, those sitting in this conference hall today know they are a horrifying reality. Ladies and gentlemen, Azerbaijan will be hosting COP29 this year. This is an international climate change conference, and these days, more or less everyone knows what is COP about. As a COP host country, we feel it's a must for us to bring together the two issues we believe to be among the most pressing globally: climate change and demining. We need to manage demining to contribute to climate change action. We also need to change the temperatures of the demining-related discussions globally. As we look forward to the summit of the future in New York, WUF 12 in Egypt, and then to COP29 in Baku, we are determined to confront this venomous duo by drawing attention to the sinister synergy between the two. When planning the conference, we were aiming to get a better understanding of the harmful effect of landmines on the environment. Needless to say, it would be naive to expect it all clarified and sorted out in course of 2 days, but I am sure we have inched towards this objective, and most importantly, we are determined to continue on this path. I believe the last 2 days were really useful for all of us as we learned from each other and came to know each other better. We have got another opportunity to appreciate the seriousness of the problem, but also get re-energized because there is a way out. I said it's time to say goodbye, but let me rephrase. It's time to say thank you and see you next time. I am sure we will get together next year to discuss what have we achieved in making our planet a safer and greener place for us and for the next generation. Thank you, and using this opportunity, I would also like to wish, dear guests, to you to have a safe trip back to your countries, back to your homelands. And if you allow me, on behalf of the distinguished audience, so using this opportunity, I would like also to thank our distinguished moderator and also our translator for their kind support. I thank you very much and wish you all the best.
Thank you very much for your kind words, Mr. Suleimanov. It's always hard to say goodbye on the ANAMA's conferences. I probably have a weak spot for ANAMA's events. It's not surprising as you see me on each event. So talking about familiar faces, I hope to see you all again. I hope to see new faces on each conferences. Thanks to everyone for their contribution, and see you very soon. The bus leaving for your farewell dinner will be waiting for you at 7 o'clock. So time is up for now. See you again. Good luck. Okay.